Good morning, my friends. Good morning. I have a little issue here. All right. Where am I? Hang on. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Here I am. How is everyone today? Hello, hello, hello. And thank you so much for coming to spend your Monday, June 10th, 2024 with me. Uh, this is the trial that never ends. We're on day 22 of the Karen Reed trial. I thank you so much for coming to watch your coverage with me, because I know you have lots of places to choose to watch your coverage, and I'm so very honored and humbled that you want to be here with me. So good morning. We have the best moderators on YouTube, and that's why a lot of people like it here, because the chat is friendly. Say hello if you're new here. And, we don't tolerate the bullying and the cursey words and the trash talk and the personal attacks. And so a lot of people like to watch my coverage without headphones with their kids in the room, or with their parents who are in their 80s and 90s, and they like to hear some coverage of the Karen Reed case, or any case really, true crime wise, without the F bombs. And so here we are to make that happen for you. And welcome if you're new here. I see some people watching from Greece. We have Greece in the chat. This is worldwide. The world is watching, my friends. The world is watching. Tell us where you're from if you're watching internationally. Thank you, Nanny Goat. For those of you who did not see this, last night I did a show with Ali Mata of Defense Diaries, and we streamed it on both channels at the same time, and it was really fun. And I thought it was a really great show. So if you haven't checked that out, check it out later. It's on. You can watch it on replay. I thought it was a great show. Ladies who lawyer, lady lawyers live. And we had a great discussion about the Karen Reed case. And what's great about Allie is she is a criminal defense attorney, practicing criminal defense attorney. She tries murder cases, and she wasn't really as into this case, as I was pre-trial. And so as she's learning about it, she's just blown away by all the stuff that we've known and that we've seen, and all the crazy shenanigans. Some more of which I think we're going to see this morning, because this morning, that's why we're starting early, because there's a motion to preclude the defense experts. And we went over that a little bit last night, but we're going to see what the judge does about that today, because Commonwealth is claiming that the defense just turned over a dog bite expert, and the dog bite expert should not be allowed to testify because it was turned over late during trial. And they didn't attach a whole report about what she's going to testify to. And that they claim that Yannetti said in open court, and I played the receipt for you last night, that dog bites or a dog attack was not going to be an issue. And that is not at all what he said. He said the dog DNA is not an issue. We're not waiting on the dog DNA. They were having a conversation about DNA, talking about which DNA was in and which wasn't. And the Bodie Labs DNA was not in. And that was with regard to the apparent hair. And that was in February of 2024. And Lally told the court, we need an adjournment. We need to push the trial date, because Bodie Labs, even though we've asked them to expedite it, said they're not going to get it to us until the third week in March. And I think the judge eventually gave them about a month, maybe a 4-week adjournment on the trial. But even at that point, Lally still did not have the hair testing back from Bodie Labs. So what they said was, is canine DNA an issue? And Yannetti said, no, it's not. As in, we already have what they told us the canine DNA results are. It's not an issue. They handed them over. So we'll see what she does today with regard to this expert. I think that based on the fact that the Commonwealth took so long to turn over basic items of discovery, including Officer John O'Keefe's clothing, the taillight fragments, the apparent drinking glass, for testing, that Lally's going to have an uphill argument with regard to late exchange of discovery. And trials are a living, breathing thing. They morph as the trial goes on. sometimes you won't know you need an expert until you see what some of these witnesses testify to on the Commonwealth side, and then you're going to need an expert to rebut what they said. So we'll see. This will be fun because we haven't seen a motions hearing in a long time. Well, at least since pretrial when we did the motions in limine, which we started calling the motions in lemonade because that's what they were calling them on the closed captioning. So I have Court TV up. It says they're going to start at 8:26, but you know, they're always a couple of seconds late. Never fear, because we have it here. Thank you. Thank you. Tracy, I find it strange they found his left shoe outside by the berm, but to court brought the right shoe to show. Right. Well, the right shoe was the one that was collected from the hospital. So when they started pulling out the clothing that was collected from the hospital, that was in the same batch of clothing that allegedly was bagged on the 29th or the 4th of February, but it was not turned in by Proctor to the crime lab until March 14th. And it was not even photographed by the crime lab technicians, the people who testified, until February of 2023, nearly a year later. So, Hi, Paige. Didn't she already deny this motion once? It's a renewed motion? I don't believe so, because I believe that they're saying that the dog bite expert was just turned over sometime in May after the trial started. So it is a new expert. There are some other experts that are mentioned in here. For example, the 3 accident reconstructionists that the FBI hired to do the accident reconstruction, who said John O'Keefe was not hit by a car and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. And Lally is complaining that he doesn't have their reports. However, everything that the feds turned over pursuant to the TUI doctrine was turned over to both sides. So for him to say that he doesn't have a copy of that, I find maybe a little bit disingenuous, but you know, that's just me. That's just me. And that's my opinion. Hi, Crime Vlog Weekly. We have been following you for 6 months now. Shout. Hello. Thank you. Thank you so much for your super chat. And thanks for watching for 6 months from the UK, I think. Are you from the UK? That is amazing. We love that. Kez Chick, thanks for being a member for a month. And Crime Vlog Weekly for coming in with a super sticker as well. Laura. Laura, you crack me up and keep me laughing. Says they need someone to call my job and tell them I can't work. They're being very inconsiderate. You know, so many people are saying it's so hard for me to do my job because I'm so invested in this trial. I need to watch it every day. I can't miss a minute. You're not the only one, Laura. You know, you want me to call in for you? Send me the number. I'm just a girl in the world. Thanks for your super sticker and always being so supportive and such an active member of the channel. We love you. Good afternoon, Fairy Raven to Ireland. And thank you for being a member for 4 months. Good afternoon, Melanie and Cupcakes. And Crime Vlog Weekly coming in again. Love your reaction commentary in this case from the UK. You are from the UK. Awesome. We have a lot of viewers across the pond. A lot of Scottish and Irish viewers as well. We go as far as South Africa. We have many, many viewers from down under. And it's good that the trial is at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, because so many of the international viewers is not too late for you. It's not the middle of the night for you. MD, good morning. Thanks for the super chat. Did they already know that there would be no taillight pieces found in solo cups? So why look? I don't know. I have so many questions. We talked last night about the taillight reconstruction and how we never saw any of those pieces come in an envelope that were collected by the CERT team on January 29th. None of the evidence bags that were shown up on the screen were from the January 29th collection. There's so many collections of taillight pieces, and none of them that I could see or that Allie could find, because she did an amazing spreadsheet on all of those taillight pieces that were put back together again like Humpty Dumpty by Ashley at the crime lab. None of them indicated a collection date of 1/29/22. Or am I wrong about that? If you guys have any receipts to the contrary, please, certainly, as always, let me know. Where are his socks, Athena? We haven't seen any. I want to know where the socks are, Athena, too. And thank you for the 10. Because I have said for a very long time that if John O'Keefe went inside the house at 34 Fairview, and if he took off his shoes, which he has been known to do, he insisted people take off their shoes in his house as well, that there would be dog hair on those socks because they had a dog in the house. Poor Chloe, who was rehomed to Vermont. Nobody knew where she was until Nicole got on the stand and says, I know where she is. I told the Commonwealth where she is in case she called the dog it, which I found very odd, in case it was ever needed for anything else. So there's a lot of shenanigans going on here, my friends. You don't need a law degree to see it. Just need a little common sense and a little insight and a little, I don't know, people reading skills perhaps to see what's going on here. Good morning, Laura. Lally has the nerve to complain about anything right now. We are outraged. Members, show everyone out there who's not a member all the cool emojis that we have. We have cool emojis for this trial. We have, we are outraged. Wait for us. We have a solo cup. We have a puffy jacket. We have a fan. We have a sigh for when we hear heavy breathing in the mics. We have a shovel for when people are digging themselves into holes they can't get out of, or when they dig somebody, like when they give them a dig. How funny was it that Yuriy said, "My memory is exhausted" on the stand? I'm still laughing about that. Thank you, Charlie Lynn, for gifting a membership. It was so nice to see you last night in the alley chat. In the alley chat. The alley chat. And for gifting a membership. You're so generous. And congrats to whoever received it. It is random by YouTube. I have no control over that. Average Joe is here for you. Thanks for tuning in from Canada. Good morning, folks. New follower from Montreal. Love your insight on the trial. Thank you. Hashtag free Karen. Awesome. Thanks, Average Joe, for coming in. Good morning, Cam. It is a renewed motion. I read the document and it was denied previously. Lally claims they don't have all the notes and opinions regarding the experts. Yeah, but one of these experts, Cam, was just turned over, allegedly. So it may be renewed as to some of the experts, but for this one, the exchange, the notice of experts was filed one day before trial on April 15th, and for Dr. Russell on May 21st of 2024. I don't believe there's been a motion regarding Dr. Marie Russell from the May 21, 2024 exchange, but with regard to the other experts, you may be right on that, and we'll hear more. Cam is our resident recent law school graduate. Congratulations, Cam. You should be studying for the bar right now, shouldn't you? Graduated from the University of Missouri, and he comes into the comments and he helps answer questions, which I love because I don't have time always to answer the questions in the comments. Bonnie Scotland, thank you for coming in from Scotland. Has anybody found any gravel, grass, or red plastic stuck in J.O.'s skin? You'd think there would be if he really got hit by a car, which in my opinion, he didn't. Well, what we do know, Bonnie Scotland, is that they did not take tissue samples from John O'Keefe's arm, and they did not swab John O'Keefe's arm, and nothing was preserved with regard to any injuries to the arm, which is why all we saw were swabs to the clothing of John O'Keefe, and even those swabs were a little bit sus because the tech who testified she did the swabbing, Maureen Hartnett, took 2 swabs and circled around each and every hole on the right arm of that sweatshirt, the puncture marks, which clearly were not caused by glass, in my opinion, and sent them all together in one envelope. And then she scraped all of the debris from both shirts, which, remember, were packaged in the same bag. She put all the debris into an envelope and sent that off to whoever's supposed to analyze that. But she was asked, did you see any plastic in there? And she said no. So, based on the fact that the clothing was on the floor in the hospital for a period of time before it was collected and all shoved into one bag, and then who knows where it was until it was turned into the crime lab on March 14th, the chain of custody is a little bit of an issue here. Good morning, Crime Size. Thanks for becoming a new member. Fireworks Butt Dialer, thank you for your 10 and for changing your screen name to match this trial. Drove by 34 Fairview this weekend, found more taillight. Jimmy Hoffa's remains on the lost Ark of the Covenant. Yes, coming in hot with the comedy this morning. We try and keep it light here. We try and make jokes and laugh a little bit, because if we don't, we're going to cry. And so humor is a beautiful thing, and everyone needs to laugh more, I think. And I think everyone needs to learn how to breathe. And we had a meditation instructor come in here one morning and do deep breathing exercises with us before trial. And I thought that was great. Did you guys like that? Because Laura wants to come back and do a little guided meditation with us again. And I thought maybe it would be good at the end of the day one day to sort of decompress from the day's testimony. Let me know what you think about that. And good morning, Miss Marple, to the Rage Crochet Club members here just to say good morning. Sharing Sharon Creates is another member of the Rage Crochet Club, and so many of you have joined. So I'm so happy that we were able to start a club for you guys. Sharing Sharon sent me an email of a really adorable little baby sweater that she crocheted while watching this trial in anger. And she says she just crochets all the time and donates her creations to foster children and kids in hospitals. And it's so lovely. You guys are such an amazing group. Such an amazing group. Wrestler's mom, good morning. Thanks for being a member for 4 months. It's 5:30 a.m. in Oregon. And girl, you are dedicated. You're dedicated. Waking up to watch this with us in real time. I'll learn how to speak, hopefully. Hopefully I'll learn how to speak soon. It's early. I was up at 5:30 myself. I don't know. I couldn't sleep this morning. I do a little yoga, stretch it out a little bit before getting into this crazy day. Before we hear the motion, after we hear the motion, Yuriy Bukhenik is back on the stand, and he told us two things. Number one, that he's not Michael Proctor. Number two, he taught us how to pronounce his name, and it is Bukhenik. Good morning, Nina from Switzerland. Hello, Switzerland. Jackson said they saw the Sallyport video for the first time on Wednesday in court. How is that possible? Free Karen Reed. Well, for a long time, they claimed a lot of that Sallyport video was missing. And there have been a lot of shenanigans with regard to the exchange of discovery materials by the Commonwealth in this case, going back all the way to the beginning of the case, when they handed David Yannetti a police report in court the day that Karen Reed was arraigned, which was, I believe, February 2nd of 2022. And then they exchanged what was supposed to be that exact same police report in discovery. And lo and behold, there were some differences. Brian Albert's cell phone number had changed in the second report, and some additional pictures were added that were taken by the CERT team. And this was a Canton PD report, and it didn't say amended or supplemental anywhere. So it's been a lot of, let's say, three-card Monty going on here. Intentional? You decide. Do you guys think it was intentional that Lally showed that video?
It was not until the day prior to trial on April 5th.
I'm just going to rewind this a bitch. Sorry. I don't curse. I just told you I don't curse, and here I am. Don't buffer. Don't you dare buffer. This trial's breaking the internet, you guys. They didn't even put the fan up. Didn't do any of that stuff.
Must produce to the prosecution.
All right. We're only about 33 seconds behind, but they started in the middle of Ms. McLaughlin speaking.
The Commonwealth is just seeking that the defendant produce what the Commonwealth is entitled to under Rule 14 and what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts must produce to the prosecution. It was not until the day prior to trial on April 15, 2024, that the defendant provided notice of all their experts. During jury empanelment, the Commonwealth filed a renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, and the defendant was ordered within a week to produce the expert opinion testimony that the Commonwealth is entitled to. We are now entering, I believe, week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth has not received any intended expert opinions, anything that those experts, any written reports, opinions, or anything that those experts have based their opinions on. Essentially, the defendant's strategic decisions not to retain their own expert, but rather rely on the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation does not alleviate them or relieve them from their Rule 14 obligations. As it pertains to Dr. Marie Russell, the Commonwealth did not receive notice that she's an intended expert until about week 6 of the trial on May 21st, and it wasn't until May 30th that the defendant provided a brief synopsis of what her expected testimony would be. Essentially, and looking at the balancing tests set forth by the case law, the Commonwealth was extremely surprised by this disclosure, and further, the Commonwealth would put that the defendant's delayed decisions to produce reciprocal discovery is in bad faith. It is intended to ambush the Commonwealth and conduct a trial by surprise. We are still receiving reciprocal discovery. Over the weekend, we received additional photographs that the defendant intends to use. The Commonwealth is extremely prejudiced by these delayed disclosures. So looking at all the balancing factors, exclusion of Dr. Russell is really the only remedy that's appropriate given that we are in week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth cannot seek a continuance. The Commonwealth has their hands tied with how to effectively prepare for cross-examination of that witness as well as all the other witnesses. We don't have any materials. We don't know what the experts' precise opinions are and what they were testified to. And it's essentially, it is in bad faith and there's no less severe sanction. So the Commonwealth would move to exclude Dr. Russell. And at this point, we are essentially just seeking the reciprocal discovery that the Commonwealth is entitled to be able to effectively prepare cross-examination of these witnesses so late in the game. Thank you very much.
All right, who's arguing this for the defendant?
Okay. Oh, here we go. Bad faith. You want to talk about bad faith? Really? Right. Bad faith. What was Thursday? Right. I hope he gets into that, Debbie. What was Thursday? They show us a mirrored video, which was intentionally to deceive us into thinking the side of the vehicle we saw was the passenger side. Let's talk about bad faith and not turning over discovery. Okay. Go, David, go.
There's no mic at council table, so I'm going to go to the podium with the court's permission.
Yes.
We need to be heard on this.
That's why we're here, Ms. Gianetti.
Oh my God, you're so rude.
I'd like to start with the most outrageous and false assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here. Can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay. Because I don't need, the hyperbole.
Your Honor, I need to make my argument in the way that I think is most effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
Okay,
He's
and
not
I'm the
having it.
person you are trying to convince, correct?
I understand that.
Okay. Luke, I am your father. Do you hear the heavy breathing already into the mic? And now she's schooling him on hyperbole. How long you think this is going to take? I don't know. We have a woman here on trial for murder in the 2nd degree who's facing life in prison. Think we could take a couple of minutes to talk about the importance of my experts in trying to keep her out of life in prison, Your Honor? Or is this going to really put your panties in a bunch, let's say, so early in the morning when you haven't had enough coffee and you're already heavy breathing into the mic? This is crazy. Let him speak. We are outraged. The world is watching, and he can say whatever he needs to say to defend his client.
The Commonwealth, in a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its motion. Quote, during a pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such claim. I was astounded to read that for 2 reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied. We told the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on
It's on
YouTube.
page 3, Your Honor.
I have the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, a motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell.
Oh, she's saying she doesn't have the tape of the hearing.
I don't see your name at all, Ms. Gianetti.
Oh, yeah, because they didn't put in papers, Judge, because they're arguing in front of you right now.
I'm on page 3.
I'm sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4. My apologies. My name is right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued to the court. It's about the 5th line down. Starts during a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly
Okay.
as I said.
She didn't read the papers?
Okay.
All right? We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing. Here is what was actually said. This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing, that I said there was no canine involvement. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the canine represented to this court and to the public, that the defense was not pursuing such a claim. Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spin that into
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point?
Oh,
We've got a jury coming in 15 minutes.
I understand, but this is my integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith that has been attacked.
that's
And I
right.
need to defend myself and my client. We were
Preach.
only discussing at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied, no. And they've spun that, or tried to spin that, into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a false video, before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant Bukhenik did they inquire or mention the fact that the video...
Can we please, all right, I'm going to stop you. Please direct your comments to Rule 14 and the reciprocal discovery obligations that the defense has. That's what this motion is. I know you have a speech you want to make, Mr.
It's
Yannetti.
not a, Your Honor, it's most respectfully, it's not a speech. It's
Okay,
it's
so-
a defense of being alleged to have committed bad faith.
So you've moved on from that. So please just focus on Rule 14 and let's do it in 2 separate parts. So you've changed, you're not calling Frank Sheridan,
No,
right?
we are calling Frank Sheridan.
Uh-huh.
All right. So you've got a new medical, Dr. Russell. We'll do that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV and they've gotten the substance of his opinion from us. And they've had that for a long time. And the court, I believe, has already suggested that voir dire will be done prior to his testimony.
All right. So it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire, and I'm trying to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth satisfied that when did you provide anything recently since the filing of the Commonwealth's motion, Mr. Yannetti?
Not on
Since
this
Thursday?
No.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Van E?
On Mr. Vanny, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding his opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data obtained in connection with this case. He'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his ultimate opinions are, anything beyond that relatively vague synopsis that does not comply with Rule 14.
He's going to rebut what your expert says. That's what an expert's job is. That expert will sit in during your expert's testimony and rebut it point by point. Is this day 1 of trial law?
Okay.
Similarly, what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense is contained within the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide what chronological.
I'd suggest you listen. Okay, Mom. I try not to get so worked up so early in the morning, but when a judge says to an attorney, I suggest you listen in open court when the world is watching, but doesn't let him finish, Today's not going to go well.
Data Mr. Vanny relied upon and exactly what his opinion is. All right, by the close of business tomorrow.
That's fine.
All right. Now, regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA. So I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have you provided?
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not arise from us.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal government, and they provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined that and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial.
So I'm to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here
That's essentially it. We've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it. We have not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have.
See, I don't see that as being, the report, I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify to.
Well,
And you have not complied with your Rule 14
we
obligations.
can't, Your Honor. We can't.
So you can't, but you haven't. So I am left with you haven't complied. So we need to get everybody here for voir dire. They can testify in a voir dire, right?
Yes.
We need to do that well in advance of their
Okay,
testimony.
that's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
Yep.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't seen her. She's not a pathologist,
Well,
correct?
she's a pathologist, but she has a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the experience of having seen dog scratches and dog bites and dog attacks.
All right. So this is not somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week.
Mm-hmm.
So we can get her here Wednesday. And we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
Okay, we'll make those calls.
So we need to pick a day.
How
How
about-
long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses? If in fact the defense has not spoken to these witnesses from Pennsylvania about the nature of their opinion, you must want it too, to be able to question them. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses to take? I went and told the jury last week, excuse me,
I'm sorry. I was just,
last week that we were going to
Excuse
get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here.
yeah.
Yes.
It's your job. You're requiring it. We don't do depositions in criminal court, Your Honor. So you've already done voir dire for Lank and a couple of other people. Am I right? I suggest you listen to me. How about it's going to depend on when the expert's available? You
At
can't
least
just.
with regard to the, of course, at least with regard to the ARCO witnesses, that's my co-counsel's bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those 3. With regard to Dr. Russell, we anticipate a half hour. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. There's only 2 from ARCO. That's right.
You're only calling 2? Which 2? Are you calling the 2 that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Doctors Rentschler and Wolf. Yes.
They just cut out the sound for some reason. The feed just cut out the sound. It's not us. Really? What is up? Can you guys not hear the sound? They're muted on all channels. Thank you, Little Mystery. Maybe she did not want her snark on worldwide television. Free Billy Tibbetts. And the fan is up. Only fans all the time. Here in Norfolk Superior Court in Dedham, Mass. We're on real time. Well, that was interesting. At least she didn't preclude any experts, but she's a little bit annoyed that she's got to have a voir dire of these witnesses, which is basically a questioning of the witnesses and what they're going to testify to before she's going to decide whether or not she's going to allow these witnesses to testify. Because this is how she do it. Oh, it's so nauseating. What a day to start out. Happy Monday, everyone. Happy Monday. Hi, Paige. Thanks for your super chat. I just mentioned in chat, I think Carrie was lying when she did not remember where John's phone was under his back. I'm thinking Proctor and Carrie connection will come back around by defense soon. It's interesting. We hadn't heard about who got possession of John O'Keefe's phone until Carrie all of a sudden volunteered that she found the phone, or she saw the phone as soon as they scooped him up onto the scoop stretcher. However, none of the first responders testified to seeing it. She says she put it in her pocket and gave it to a law enforcement member who she doesn't remember who it was. None of the law enforcement members have testified to taking possession of John's phone, so I have more questions. Thank you, Teacup Kraken, for becoming a member. Welcome. Hi, Susie. Love watching you from Victoria, Australia. Thank you for watching from down under and for your super chat, Susie. Crime Sleuthin, thanks for the super chat. The blanket Jen McCabe pulled from her vehicle, that was actually Carrie's vehicle, put on John O'Keefe, then shook off. I think you're thinking of Carrie. Shook off where he'd been laying and put it back in her vehicle. That might be where the glass came from. That's interesting. Except Carrie said she wrapped his head in some baby blankets. And then she took those blankets and shook them out. And we saw her put those into the back of her car, right? Or were there other blankets? More questions. Sandy B, good morning. Thanks for the super chat. Truth and Consequences showed a report that Proctor took possession of John's phone 12922 at 34 Fairview. Yes, I have that report. We've showed it on the channel before. That's in one of the early MSP reports. And that's how we debunked Michael Morrissey's hostage video in which he said Michael Proctor did not go to 34 Fairview on January 29th. And yet it says Proctor went to the scene, I think with Bukhenik, took possession of John O'Keefe's phone. He has a lot to explain when he gets on the stand, and I heard they're calling him, so we'll see. Wouldn't that be fun if that was today? What a Monday this might be. Janice C., thank you for your super chat. I'm worried about your crocheters. Their work will be so tight. I can't knit during this trial. I am too outraged, Janice says. Free Karen Reed. Thanks, Janice. M.E. Lennon, thanks for the 10. That Sallyport video was the most confusing evidence with flipped image, lost time, not flipped timestamp, people in and out, too secretive and doubtful. I know. I would love to know what the jury is thinking after they saw that video. I had such a hard time wrapping my brain around it because it clearly looked to me like it was the passenger side of the vehicle. And it clearly looked to me that there was some white in that taillight. And I thought maybe there is a missing piece. And then it wasn't pointed out until cross that was actually the driver's side of the vehicle. So Yannetti wanted to talk about that a little bit this morning, and the judge cut him off real fast. I know you want to make a speech, Mr. Yannetti, but I'm not here for your hyperbole, something she said. Please pass the pepper. Lally, you numpty, sit still. Thank you for your super chat. Baby Yada, thanks for becoming a new member. Welcome. Reality check. Thanks for your super chat. Is Aunt Bev limiting the defense? No, she's going to let them do a voir dire. All of the experts, although she seems annoyed by it. We'll see what day that's going to happen this week. She says she wants the one witness, Dr. Russell, to come in Wednesday. She's the dog bite expert pathologist who also was an ER doctor who has seen many dog bites. I don't know about the two Pennsylvania experts that were hired by the FBI to investigate this accident. She hasn't decided on that date yet. Maybe we'll find out by the end of the day. Maybe not. Who knows? It's like every day's a new day here. There's really no rules, no rhyme or reason. It's all a new day, my friends. Terry Workman, hello, good morning. Oh, they turned it on for a second, then they turned it back off. Is the judge's behavior appropriate? I'm outraged. She's being so disrespectful. Listen, every judge has their own temperament, and judges have judicial immunity, so there's really nothing that can be done about it. There's no liability that can attach to a judge for ruling the way she does or behaving rudely, perhaps, or seemingly favoring one side over the other. It's not that unusual, but in this case, a lot of people think it's very obvious. And I know all of you watch a lot of trials. We all watch a lot of trials. The jury is certain to return. Hot mic. Somebody said, and then there was some laughter. Okay, procedure worldwide. Good morning, my friend. Good morning. Thanks for the 20. The jury is certain to return a verdict of WTF. Yeah, that should be actually on the verdict sheet. Guilty, not guilty. WTF. Oh, hot mic again. I shut it off real quick. Good morning, Laura. Thanks again for the 5. She sure has a lot of nerve speaking to anyone like this, considering she allowed falsified evidence into her courtroom. This is unfreaking believable. I bet you there's going to be a motion coming about that video. But remember, Bukhenik is coming back on the stand today, so there's going to be some more fireworks, I think, about that video. Chloe Albert's Revenge, good morning. Thank you. What's the rush, Bev? We know it's not a salon appointment. Reality check. Thanks for your super chat. Yep, she's crossing over, attempting to limit the defense. Bev, you're so showing your true colors. True Colors is one of the songs on our Spotify playlist that we've started for this trial. Let's see how many songs we have so far, and you guys have been so great contributing to it. We have a very, very many songs on the Karen Reed trial playlist from Spotify. I'm going to post it so you can all enjoy it with me. Thanks on top for your super sticker. You're always chiming in with the super stickers. I love that. Oh, Franco Ciamino. Ciao. Ciao, Franco. Perhaps Proctor. Cut off the sound. Whoever's in charge of the Sallyport videos may be splicing and dicing over there. We don't even know. We don't even know. Franco Ciamino is watching us from Napoli. And we love it when you come into the chat, Franco. Thank you. David, good morning. Thanks for the 10. Can you imagine a job where you literally sit all freaking day, get angry, you'll be forced to sit and do your job at a future date that you'd be, wait for it, sitting anyway. Ba-dum-bum. Thanks, David. Thanks, David, for making me laugh. If you can make me laugh during this trial, you win. Thanks, Jen, for becoming a new member. Welcome, welcome. Mrs. Parks in the house. Thanks for the 20, sweetheart. I have nothing nice to say about JBC. Trying to keep it classy. Have you seen Aussie Insider's video on the mat of snow on Karen's car on the truck versus in the Sallyport? The car was in there before the video started. Fascinating. I thought the same thing. When we see, and those of you who are not subscribed to Aussie Insider, go do it. She's got great reaction videos from law tubers and other creators on YouTube who have been covering this case, and also some really great videos. This one has to do with when the car was brought in on the tow truck. You can see that there is a lot of snow on the side of the car. And then mysteriously, when you see it pull into the Sallyport garage, there's no snow on the side of the car, but there's snow on the floor of the garage, which indicates that perhaps maybe the car had been in there, the car had been taken out, and the car was brought back in to perhaps get a certain timestamp on that Sallyport video. It's very interesting. So go out there and subscribe to Aussie Insider on YouTube. Edward Kirkpatrick, thank you for the 5. Did you catch her dismissing his complaint about the mirrored Sallyport video during his rant? Yeah, of course I did. But I think we have not heard the end of that yet. I mean, she knows the world is watching. She has to have seen what happened, that it's egregious, and she doesn't want him pointing it out for some reason. That's why you have people like me to point it out for you and talk about it, because she's not going to let the people who are actually being paid by Karen Reed and people who have raised money for her defense to talk about it. But we can. We're here for you. Satai, thank you for the 5. Golf cart and old police car face the Sallyport door. Did Trooper B drive the car the wrong way just to hide passenger side from back wall camera? It's hard to wrap my brain around this, but somehow the video was reversed, inverted, mirrored. So it made the driver's side look like the passenger side. And my understanding of that Sallyport garage is that there are garage doors on both sides. So as we're looking at that inverted video, to the front where it pulled in is one garage door, and then it can pull out the other side of it if the car kept going straight, right, guys? You can correct me if I'm wrong, but what I do not think is that that Sallyport is supposed to be used as a cut through by people like Brian Higgins to just mosey through whenever they want. I don't think that's supposed to happen. It's supposed to be secure. Brian Higgins isn't even employed at Canton PD. He's an ATF agent, but he's got a key card because of his longtime friendship with Chief Berkowitz, who during the time that Officer John O'Keefe was murdered was on medical leave. Yet he found himself in the Sallyport that day. And he found himself driving by 34 Fairview another day, just moseying on by on a big chunk of taillight, red taillight on the lawn at 34 Fairview. It's just amazing. It's like a magical mystery tour, this whole entire trial. Evidence just reveals itself, as Yuriy would have you believe. He said that he told his guys to drive by 34 Fairview on the way to work and on the way back, just in case any more evidence revealed itself. Because unlike in other cases, in this case, the evidence just reveals itself. It's amazing. They don't have to look for it. Just revealed. Good morning, Aussie Insider. I just told everyone to go subscribe to you. And 17, forget innocence or guilt for a minute. Bev should be furious that this bunk is being pulled by Lally in her courtroom. She should be. That's where her outrage is focused. Not on David Giannetti trying to get a word in about the horrific conduct of the Commonwealth.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, Unified County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
God save the Commonwealth.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, Jennings. We all met here at 8:30 to try and streamline things. And as a result of what we did this morning, it looks like there'll be some day this week that we will all meet to go through things that we need to go through, but we will excuse you. I just don't know quite yet when that will be.
Here's an idea. How about you do it tomorrow on Tuesday when you already told the jurors they have off? Or do you have other things you got to do? Personal things. Because tomorrow, Tuesday, there's no court again. So why don't you do it on that day so you don't inconvenience them anymore?
The end of the date. And also on the 21st, originally we said we'd be off for the 21st. But again, you know that we don't want to take up any more of your time than necessary. So we will meet on the 21st, but just in the morning because I have a long-standing afternoon that we cannot cancel. So the 21st will be a half a day. So we'll let you know more as the day progresses. All right, I do have to ask those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation?
You're annoying me already this morning, Judge. Fast forwarding through anything you have to say right now.
The flash drive that I gave you.
She said, the flash drive that I gave you. Got the flash drive. Jim. Okay, Jim.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here and true the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
I don't know why they swore him in again. He should still be
All
under
right,
oath.
Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. So when we left off on Thursday, we were discussing the Sallyport video that was introduced by the Commonwealth on Wednesday during direct examination. Do you recall that?
I do.
When he introduced that video, Mr. Lally asked you several very specific questions about the video, including if you recognize the video in general, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you said you did.
I did.
He also asked you whether you recognized any of the individuals in the video at a particular time where he paused the video and you used your green laser pointer to point out a couple of individuals that you recognize. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in that pause, you indicated at that time on Wednesday that you recognized Trooper Proctor and what you thought was yourself, the person slipping at the front of the SUV, correct?
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself were in the video, and there was an individual slipping in the front of the vehicle.
And you then on Thursday, you corrected that to make sure that we were clear about it. The person slipping was actually the tow driver, not you, correct?
That's what it appeared, so yes.
Okay, I'd like to take a quick look at that with the court's permission at 4:46. May I publish
Okay.
that?
Yes.
This is 4:46. It's the same video that you were shown by Mr. Lally. We're at runtime about 5:37 and 05 p.m. I'm sorry, I said runtime. I meant time of day. Thank you. As a matter of fact, the time of day would be most easily seen right down here, although it's pretty small from where you're at. If you can't see that, please let me know.
I do not see that, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll hold off on that question and I may ask the court for relief in just a moment. If we can play this for just a quick second, and I'll ask you, Mr. Biggs, if you can pause it. Go ahead and pause there. Okay. Sergeant, this is the basic video, the point at which it was paused when Mr. Lally asked you to identify the individuals in the video, correct?
I believe it was a different time, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember using your green laser pointer, pointing at the person in the back and identifying that person as Trooper Proctor, and then pointing at the person in the front, screen right, mistakenly as you? You remember that?
I remember indicating where the individuals would be, yes.
Okay. And so do you have the green laser pointer with you?
I do.
Could you point at the location where you see Trooper Proctor?
I do not know specifically right now if that is Trooper Proctor behind the vehicle, but when Mr. Lally asked me to indicate where we would be, it was in this location here.
You're indicating toward the rear of the SUV.
Correct.
On Wednesday, and I just wanted to draw your attention back to your testimony on Wednesday, you used the laser pointer and pointed at two different individuals, the person toward the back, and you identified him as Mr. Proctor, as Trooper Proctor, correct? On Wednesday.
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself would be in the shot in the rear of the vehicle. And then I indicated that I'm wearing a olive drab baseball hat and Trooper Proctor's wearing a winter style knit black hat.
Isn't it true that on Wednesday, what the question you were asked from Mr. Lally is, Ms. Gilman, from Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, if you can just pause there for a moment as the sergeant's almost falling in the video, and the court said, keep your voice up, Mr. Lally. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that, no.
Do you remember Mr. Lally saying, Sergeant Bukhenik, with reference to any of the individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals? And you responding, I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. And you used the green laser pointer in doing so.
Yes, I did.
And that was on this area, may not be to the frame, but this is where the video was paused when you made that identification, correct?
It was approximately at this time.
Okay. So you were then asked after you identified, and at that time you did identify Trooper Proctor, and again, mistakenly, yourself, correct?
I directed the laser to the area where we would be.
Okay. And Trooper Proctor is the one toward the back of the truck.
Again, I cannot tell you which individual. There are multiple individuals there. I do not know at this point in time where it's frozen if that's exactly Trooper Proctor. I know we were present at that location, and I know what he was wearing for a headdress and what I was wearing.
All right, so you-
A headdress. We're playing Cowboys and Indians. He thinks it's funny. Again, the chuckle. This is funny. There's a woman on trial for murder, facing life in prison, and we're talking about a dead brother in blue who was murdered. But to you, this is funny.
to move along from this point.
Then why did you, one more question, Your Honor. Then why on Wednesday did you indicate very clearly that the person toward the back of the SUV was Trooper Proctor? If you don't know, why did you say that on Wednesday?
During the frozen frame, I could tell there were two individuals back there, and I was at one point in time in that location with Trooper Proctor.
That appeared to be Trooper Proctor in the back of the car.
From where the video is frozen right now, I cannot tell.
So you're changing your testimony from Wednesday.
Objection.
Are you changing your testimony?
I am not changing my testimony now.
Okay, next question, Mr. Jackson.
You then asked whether the video was true and accurate as in terms of its depiction of what you saw, what you observed in Sallyport that night, correct?
I indicated the video is true and accurate to the location.
And you were then asked whether or not, in looking at that video, watching it, either you or Trooper Proctor approached, manipulated, touched that right rear taillight at any time, and your answer was never, correct?
That's correct.
And while you testified, this is the video that was displayed for the jurors, correct? And it was this orientation, the front of the truck facing right, the rear of the truck facing left, correct?
That's correct.
And for all appearances, it would appear that the right rear taillight of the SUV is the one facing the jurors, if you will, facing the viewer, right? From appearances. You didn't know anything different.
Yes.
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. Just from the appearance of the video, as it is now, the appearance of the video, it looks like the right rear taillight is the taillight that's facing the jurors, facing the viewer, toward the rear of the truck, correct?
As it is frozen, correct.
I said it's frozen.
And on Wednesday, I want to move through this relatively briefly, Sergeant. On Wednesday, you did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
It was not brought out, no.
Oh, nobody
Not brought up
asked.
by- I mean, that's a passive way of saying it. I'm asking you directly. Did you mention that this was an inverted video?
Not on Wednesday, no.
On Thursday, Mr. Lally finished his questioning on Wednesday, then came back on Thursday. You continued on direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally again to start the day, correct?
That is correct.
And during that testimony on Thursday morning, you also, under direct examination, did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
Did not know.
And then it was my turn to ask you questions. You recall that?
I do.
And then I began asking you questions about the accuracy of this video. And at that time, for the first time, you said it appears that it is a mirror image. It's an inverted video, correct?
Yeah.
I advised you that it is a mirrored image at that point, correct?
Yeah. It's a deliberate misrepresentation to the jury, and they're not going to like it.
Would you agree with me now, as you sit here, that this video, as we're looking at it, is not a true and accurate depiction of what you viewed in that Sallyport that night?
I would not agree with you, no.
Do you believe that what the jurors are seeing right here is a true and accurate, surveillance footage of the Sallyport that night?
Yes, it's just mirrored.
Which means what's left is right and what's right is left, correct?
Correct. If the jurors were actually standing where the camera is recording, which it's recording all accurate depiction of activity and events taking place, the back of the vehicle would be on the right and the front of the vehicle would be on the left, but all activity is accurately depicted in the video.
So in point of
I can't believe he's trying to defend this. I can't. All activity is depicted in the video. Yeah, but when we see you standing, and I wish that Alan Jackson would say passenger side instead of right side, passenger side. When we see them standing in front of the taillight, it looks like the driver's side in the video, but it's really the passenger side. But in your mind, everything is accurate. All of the activity is accurate. This is so egregious, and he's making it worse.
In fact, everything in this video, every bit of it is reversed, correct?
It's just a mirror image.
So it's not accurate, is it?
It's an accurate depiction of what has taken place.
Sergeant Bukhenik, if I were to ask you, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say you were investigating a circumstance in which a suspect was being identified by 5 witnesses based on a tattoo on that person's left arm. And then you go show that witness, or those series of witnesses, an inverted version of a photograph of that person with the tattoo appearing on his right arm. And those witnesses all say, no, that's not the guy. I remember the guy. The guy had the tat on the left arm. Would you think that that's an accurate depiction of the person with the tattoo?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you agree with me that an inverted video is not accurate? It's inverted by definition, right?
It's an accurate depiction of the events taking place.
You wonder why I have a little picture of Alice up here?
You've reviewed this video in its entirety, you testified, correct?
Yes.
About how long would you say this video is in its runtime, from start to finish?
I did not take note of the length of the video.
All right. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Bates, if you could, with the court's permission, can you just pull the cursor back to the beginning of the time of day for this video? And pause it there. Can you see, and this is not an eye exam, can you see the timestamp on the lower left-hand side?
No, I cannot.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I could do this.
I'd like to see it sidebar.
Why? We have our own AV guy. We can zoom in on that, Your Honor, because this is not only a misrepresentation of what happened because it's a mirror image, but the timestamps are all wrong and there's jump cuts and it jumps. And that proves that this video was somehow edited. And he should be allowed to show that by enlarging the font on the timestamp at the bottom so the witness can see it and the jury can see it. Because he's starting to look like a snake oil salesman on the stand. Intolerant, thanks for the super chat, says the Sallyport video is the end for the Commonwealth. Sallyport, I see what you did there. Good one, Intolerant. Kiki St. John, Mel, help me understand how she can get away with this. Thank you, Kiki, for the 10. And I just can't answer your question. This judge was appointed here in New York. We elect judges. This judge is appointed. Somebody, I saw that fly by in the chat. They have judicial immunity, can't be held liable for the things they decide or the ways that they rule or the treatment that they give to attorneys, defendants. This is John O'Keefe's mom right here. Welcome, Rhea Glow, for becoming to the cupcakes. Welcome. I think you're going to like it here. Crime Vlog Weekly, thank you again. UK folks think the judge has connection against Karen Reed. There was a motion to recuse this judge. If you go back in my Karen Reed playlist, we went over it at length. A lot of things were brought up during that motion, potential ties to certain people involved in this case, certain witnesses. And the judge denied that motion to recuse herself. It was actually insulted that they made it. And it's one of the very few motions in this case that she ruled from the bench on. Some motions were taking her 60, 75, 80 days to respond to that the defense made. And JP, thanks for your super chat. Love seeing you and Ali Mata together. 2 strong, inspirational women supporting each other. I love to see it. Thanks, JP. I do too. I love it. I love Ali. Louisa, good morning. Thanks for the 10. Committee on Judicial Conduct, Massachusetts Trial Court. If you would like to write a letter on the judge cannot blatant bias and comments, I am outraged. Thank you, Louisa, and thank you. I would not recommend anyone write a letter regarding this judge or anyone in this case because, quite frankly, you really don't have standing, and I wouldn't recommend it. I am also, Louisa, outraged. This is Karen Reed's parents right here, and I think that's her brother. They've been here every single day. At least her dad has, I think. Beata, thank you. She says, "Hi, Melanie. Thanks for making watching this crazy trial somewhat understandable and funny at times. Watching from Toronto." Hi, Toronto. Free Karen Reid. A lot of Canadian viewers. The crypto tax lawyer says 2 things: Bush League Bev and flash drive. It's crazy. Oh, for those of you who don't know, Mark Bederow, the attorney Mark Bederow, will be with me for the afternoon stream live streaming it together. And congratulations to your Celtics, all my Boston friends. Lori Life 360 for the win. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. You are always so very kind and generous. And sweet Caroline, became a member. Welcome. Crypto tax lawyer, thank you for the super chat. Again, the more Bev allows this, the more convinced I am that she's beyond biased. If you get my drift. Melanie, when you dig into Delphi, you'll notice that Judge Gull is similar. I haven't followed that case in depth, but the stuff that I have seen was crazy. I mean, just the fact that she fired both of Richard Allen's lawyers at her whim when he's entitled to the counsel of his choosing. He didn't want to fire his lawyers. So many crazy things going on in that Delphi case.
You are unmuted.
Hi, Terry. Thank you.
Jurors, sometimes lawyers have what we call stipulations rather than prolonging either testimony or calling an additional witness. Lawyers agree as to certain facts. So what the lawyers have agreed to here is that this video begins at 5:30 and 23 seconds, 5:30 p.m. and 23 seconds, and it ends at 5:48 and 15 seconds. And the total run time of the video is 5 minutes and 51 seconds. All right, your questions, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you for that, Your Honor. Sergeant Bukhenik, given the fact that the beginning time, the time of day, is 5:30 and 23 seconds in the evening, and the end time of this video stops at 5:48 and 15 seconds, would you agree with me, without doing the math down to the seconds, that's about 17 minutes and 50 seconds or so?
In real time, yes.
In real time. The actual time of this video, the run time of this video, however, is only 5 minutes and 51 seconds, less than 6 minutes. You'd agree with that?
That is what's captured.
So that means that about 2/3 of the video is missing, correct?
It's not missing, just not recorded.
It's not there.
It was never there.
I'm not saying it
He
was
said
ever
he
there.
never
I'm saying
watched
I
the
don't know
video.
if it was ever there or not. Neither do you. I'm saying it's not there, correct?
The answer
It was
is
never recorded.
Well, you don't know what has been and wasn't recorded, do you?
Objection.
I'll let him answer that.
Do you?
I can only speak to what was turned over and what we received, and based on the evidence that was produced, the video that was produced is what we got.
I understand. So based on that answer, you acknowledge you don't know what may or may not have been recorded without your knowledge.
No.
Right. Did you notice that there were obvious portions of the video that in which individuals just seem to appear or apparate out of nowhere?
It's not a smooth recording of the events. When the motion triggers the recording, the video appears as if a person appeared in the video. But that is due to the triggering of the recording.
so people at times, everyone in frame froze and the camera stopped. Come on, dude. Really?
Well, you don't know what it's due to because you're not an IT person who actually captured the video, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask that differently.
Sure. You're not the IT person, the technical person who captured this video, correct?
I am not, no.
You don't maintain this video system, do you?
I do not know.
You don't know the inner workings of how the video system was originally installed or how it operates, correct?
Based on my training and experience, I know that certain systems, due to the restrictions of the storage of the system, they try to save the storage and trigger the recording only by motion or certain time parameters. So in this video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
How much storage did this system have?
I do not know.
What was the level of storage at the time that this video was taken? Was it 60%? Was it 99%? What was it?
I do not know.
So you actually don't know, Sergeant, the inner workings of this system, do you?
I do not know all the inner workings of the system. No.
But you do know that there appears to be portions of this video missing and portions of this video in which people just seem to apparate out of nowhere.
It's not missing. It just was not recording.
Let's move to, I think it's 5:37
Yeah. Let's go to the tape.
seconds.
Let's go to the tape.
Okay, if we could, with the court's permission, can we play about less than a minute?
Yes.
See it just jump?
Pause it. Did you see where the person that was toward the back of the vehicle went in this video?
It appeared they went behind the vehicle.
Which would be which area of the vehicle, the right or the left, in real life, not on this video?
In real life, it would be the right rear portion of the vehicle.
Toward the taillight area.
That quarter panel, correct?
When you have to say in real life, there's something wrong with your evidence, right?
Let's go ahead and play it.
Oh.
Pause it. Did it appear that someone just seemed to appear out of nowhere toward the rear of the vehicle just now?
Due to the triggering of the
I
motion,
asked you why. I asked you if. Did it appear if someone just appeared out of nowhere in the back of the vehicle?
that's what the footage represents. Yes.
Can we go ahead and play this?
Again, another one.
Pause it. Did you see that the person walking away from the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor appeared to have a notebook, black portfolio in his hand?
Yes, I did.
And can you see from there, I'm going to ask you this, basically knowing the answer, can you see from there the time of day on the lower left side as that person leaves the screen?
No, I cannot.
Would you disagree if I indicated to you that was 5:38 and 7 seconds in the evening?
I would have to see it for myself. I cannot agree with you based on your statement.
All right, let's enlarge it.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Sure.
So unbelievable. Can you believe that Yuriy is still sticking? He's still trying to make it seem like there's nothing wrong with that video. It's fine.
You are unmuted.
It's just mirror.
All right. So, Sergeant, we're going to ask you to go take a look at that, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Excellent. Walk on over to the screen.
And please don't speak until you're back in the witness stand.
Welcome, Amanda. Because if you do, we're going to have to turn off the fans and we're going to sweat out the jury. Cruel and inhuman treatment for the jury.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to look at the time of day at the point that the video is paused right now?
Yes, I did.
What is that time of day?
5:38:07.
5:38 and 7 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
And remind me about how far of a drive in time is this location at Canton PD from 34 Fairview.
With no traffic, no
Don't qualify it.
adverse weather and road conditions. Several minutes, 4 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending which route you take.
Several minutes is 4.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive that I'd like to have marked.
Is this a different flash drive than we had on Friday?
It is, and I can explain it sidebar if the court wishes.
Awesome.
All right. Are you just marking it or you intend to show it?
I intend to show it with the court's permission.
All right. So we'll mark it for identification and then I do need to see you. Yes.
She's going to be so mad. You go bang, bang.
Thank you.
Can a jury rage quit? Says got the
Yes.
memo. I don't think so. Maybe they could rage crochet while they're waiting. MD says, why can't they just play the video the correct way? Yeah. And if that video is mirrored, why is the timestamp on the bottom not mirrored? Some other people have pointed out that the timestamp writing on this video that they turned over is blue, and on the actual Sallyport video, it's white. I don't know about that, but I can't wait to see what's on this thumb drive. Thank you, Denise Carter, for your super sticker. You guys are so awesome. And Ella, thank you for your super chat. Can we add, my old man said, follow the van to the playlist for Dilly Dally Lally. If you know, you know. Love your streams, Melanie. Is it too soon for Laura? Laura reached out to me. I just didn't know that today would be a good day because Mark Bederow is going to come in at lunchtime. So I didn't know how much time we would have. And I don't know if she's abbreviating the lunch period. So she's going to be so mad. Bang, bang, baby. Bang, bang, Cammy. Yep. Yep. She had the opportunity to recuse herself. She chose not to. It would have been so easy for her to just walk away and be like, you know what? I don't know these people, but since it gives the appearance that I do perhaps know these people, I'm going to avoid the appearance of impropriety, which is like the number one rule of being a judge. I'm going to let somebody else take this. Who played Jackson in a movie says Salty Sea Glass? I feel like Jackson could play Jackson. He probably could. Smooth as butter. Let me see some smooth as butter emojis that I made in the chat for Alan Jackson. Crystal, thanks for your super chat. When you try and make 4 minutes sound like a long drive, right? Several minutes, maybe 4. You know, if the weather conditions were good. You just can't make this up. If you tried to tell your friend about this case, it would take you a week. You couldn't possibly explain it to them in an evening. Well, she's really going to be mad now that she has to meet the jury out. She did. She requested to keep this case, Deneen, because she was transferred to civil court, but she decided to keep this one criminal case for herself. Karen looks exhausted. For those of you who don't know, not only does she have MS, but she was diagnosed with a brain tumor right around the pendency of this case. She has Crohn's disease, and she's had multiple surgeries on her colon. And I can't even imagine what the stress of this trial is doing to her physical and mental health. Thanks for becoming a member, Courtney Reagan. Welcome. Thank you, Justin, for the Cash App. You are always so very kind. Yeah, she hasn't even had a chance to grieve. She still looks beautiful. She does. But you can see the longer this trial goes on, the more it's weighing on her. For those of you who were with me during the Maya Kowalski trial, Maya Kowalski was a young woman. I think she was 17 at the time of trial. And she has CRPS, which is a chronic pain disorder. And as the trial went on, you could just see that stress was not good for CRPS either. Thanks, Charlie Lynn, for your super chat. Maybe Bev thought she was only conflicted out on interviews, right? Like the partial recusal that Yuriy testified. He thought Canton PD was only conflicted out of doing interviews. That's why it was okay to toe the the vehicle all the way back to Canton PD, even though they had nothing. They were supposed to be recused from the case. He tried to tell you that there's such a thing as a partial recusal. I'm here to tell you that there's not such a thing as a partial recusal. There's just not. We are on real time, so we have caught up with real time. Yay, us. Oh, Justin says in his note, thanks for teaming up with fellow attorneys. It's great. Those of you who are just joining, Ali Mata of Defense Diaries and I did a stream together last night on the Karen retrial, and it was really, really a great time, and it was a great show. So go watch that later if you haven't seen it. Thank you to Nancy for your Venmo. She loves my coverage. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Those of you who email me, I do read your emails. I do not always have a chance to respond to them. So just know that I have read it. I just, life, busy, trial coverage, kids. I'm a mom. So this is crazy. I saw something funny that somebody sent me on TikTok. It was like an audition to play the judge. It was like a fake audition, like a mock audition. And the woman who did the audition was on point. I would cast her to play the judge in any sort of miniseries. I'm going to see if I can find it. We can play it later. Hilarious. Good morning, Susan Agnello. Thank you so much for your super sticker. Woot woot, 6,000 watching, 6,067. Need some more likes. Hit the likes, share the stream out, helps the algorithm. All of those cool YouTube things that help this word get out. Yeah, there's only 1,400 likes. Come on, you guys. Put your DNA on the like button. I promise you that Trooper Proctor or Proc the Trooper will not get it. And neither will Canton PD. That would help me very much. It would help all of us. It would, be a nice thing to do. It's free. Hit the subscribe button. That's free too. Share it out. Thanks, Team Brittany. No insults to either family, please. Thank you for putting that out there. We don't mind, talking about the witness's demeanor or the witness's testimony, but we don't trash witnesses' appearances. Just we're classier than that.
All rise for the court, please.
Thanks, Rescue Puppy. It's like kind of pregnant. Now what? What is happening right now? Now they're giving us the fan back. I feel like they sent the jury out. Does she need to go get more coffee? What are we doing? She's such a big proponent of not wasting the jury's time. And yet, the fan. Yes, Rescue Puppy, it's like being kind of pregnant, like the partial recusal. Agree. KOB, thanks for the super chat. Was it Maureen Hancock? She's a medium. And the video was awesome of Auntie Bev. I don't know. I don't know whose TikTok it was. Let me see if I can find it. Since we have some time. Why can't they just show the whole video, not inverted? Duh. So obvious. Susan, I know. Susan, that would require common sense. And there seems to be a lot of people without common sense, but you and I have it, right? We have it. Actually, WTF in a lot of ways. Let me see. Where was that TikTok? Scott, was that what you just sent me? I think it was TikTok. Maybe it's Instagram. Hold on. Un momento. Por favore. Un momento. I found it. Okay. All right. Since we all need a good laugh this morning. I'm here for it. All right. I do not know whose Instagram this is, but we're going to play it because it's just super funny. Have you guys seen this? Oh, let's see.
Actor is Maureen Hancock.
Oh, yes, Maureen Hancock. You're right. Whoever said that. All right, let me see if I can just make this bigger. Come on, man. All right.
Please state your name and tell us what role you're auditioning for.
Maureen Hancock. I'm auditioning for the role of Judge Beverly Cannoni.
Whenever you're ready.
Jurors, I'm going to instruct you. When you leave here, you're not to talk to anyone, see anybody, do anything. You are going to stay in your little house with your little stupid dog. Okay? Mr. Jackson, ask it differently. Mr. Yannetti, we talked about this at sidebar. None of this conversation. Can you answer that? Can you answer that? Sustained. Mr. Jackson, ask it differently. We're going to take a break now. We're going to take 5 breaks today. And I'm going to go down to my Cape house. We're going to go till the end of June, okay? And defense says they're going to present their case in 4 days. I don't believe it, okay? Ask it differently, Karen. Stop rolling your eyes. Okay, jurors, do you need to stretch? Do you need to take a break? Because I do. It's hot in here. Speak up, Mr. Lally. Speak up. We can't hear you. And I'm going to have to turn off the air conditioners. It's really hot in here. I'm sick of this.
And thank you. Thank you for coming in today. Thank you. We're here in casting for auditions.
Wait, was
for
that just
Canton
like
Con-
perfect? Was that perfect? Okay, so that it looks like the Instagram account that originally came from is called Lorna Brunell. Lorna Brunelle. I'll just share this with you so you can give her a follow on Instagram. The fan is still up, so don't worry, we are not missing a minute. But I don't know if the woman who we just saw in that video is actually an actor, but she did an amazing impersonation. Here's her Instagram so that you can go follow her. Lorna Brunell. So funny. Let's see if there's anything else here.
Mr. Lally, you're going to have to speak up, or we're going to have to shut the air conditioners off. It's getting hot in here. So take off all your clothes. I get so hot. I got to take my robe off. Mr. Lally, you're going to have to speak.
Oh my gosh, I can't. Hilarious. So hilarious. Let me see if I can find out who this woman is. Oh, she's a medium. Is that what you guys said? Her name really is Maureen Hancock. And she's a medium. Medium Maureen Hancock. Here she is. Follow her. I'm going to follow her right now. The perfect person to play Judge Beverly Cannoni in whatever miniseries is going to be coming forth or revealing itself from this trial. We're going to take a break. Mr. Lally needs time to figure out his way of his screw up. Yeah, seems like that's what's happening here. Are you picking up what they're laying down, my friends? You picking up what they're laying down? Did they even say how long this break was going to be? Because, every day's a new day. We don't really know. Whatever we feel like doing, that's what's going to happen today. Oy vey. Oy vey. Thank you, Amy, for your super sticker. I appreciate you. Thank you, Sharon, for your super sticker. I appreciate you too. This is Mojo Rising. I'm here for 6 months. Wow, time flies when you're having fun, huh? This is a little infuriating. Love and respect right back to you, sister. Somebody who loves Jim Morrison as much as I do. Mrs. Parks is in the house. Thank you so much for the 5. Put your DNA on the like button. Even if they got it, they won't log it and they won't ever test it. Oh, that's so true. Did they test any of the DNA in this case? I mean, aside from the swabs that we're looking for canine DNA, but pig DNA. Ooh, they're back. They're back. Thanks, Ms. LT, for becoming a member. Welcome. Oh, she's not happy. She's not happy.
Does council need to see me or are we all set?
I think we're all set.
Yeah.
Okay. Right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask for the admission of the last item that was marked for identification.
XX. Was it YY?
Double X rated.
It's back again.
I did the
Okay.
same thing.
All right. So
Apropos.
that will now be
Kind of.
what, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
Lizzie Dalton, Maureen Hancock is your
Court
sister.
Commission,
She's an
I'd ask
incredible
to
medium.
display that video.
Love her.
Yours.
Okay.
Love her, Lizzie.
Bates, if you could move that to a runtime of 1 minute and 17 seconds or thereabouts.
Thanks, Lizzie, for your super sticker. Super chat.
And go ahead and pause that. Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in what's just been marked as Exhibit 542?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton PD, Sallyport.
It's actually, and that inversion corrects the perspective. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at what we've always been looking at, but it's clear that we're looking at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And it's everything in it's properly oriented, is that right?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning right is right and left is left in this video.
The vehicle came from the right into the left. The driver's side is visible and is closest to the camera.
Go ahead and thank you, Sergeant. If you could go ahead and play this for just a few seconds.
It's like I said, good thing that Alan Jackson went to dental school because he needs to be an oral surgeon to pull the teeth out of this witness to answer a damn question.
Pause it. You saw the person that was toward the back of the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor moving toward the right, I'm sorry, yes, the passenger side taillight area in this video, correct?
I observed the person walking that way.
Let's go ahead and play it.
Looks like tow truck driver leaves and then ghost. Ghost.
Awesome. And you see the person toward the taillight area moving out of frame just now, correct?
I did, yes.
And that person had that black portfolio in his hand.
That's correct.
I'd like to
It wasn't so hard, was it, Yuri?
ask Mr. Bates if you wouldn't mind moving the cursor back to the beginning before the video, I'm sorry, before the SUV was actually in the Sallyport.
Queen 10 is in the house, everyone.
Do you see what's depicted in the video now at one time, at the beginning of the video?
I see the still frame. I'm observing the still frame.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Can you see from where you are, sir, can you see the chyron at the bottom of the video in blue, indicating the date stamp and time stamp? Can you see that from where you are?
I see the blue color. I don't know what exactly it is.
Are your eyes good enough to see that that is completely inverted?
They are not.
They're not inverted?
They are not good enough.
Oh, your eyes aren't good
That
enough.
was a good answer to a bad question on my part.
Thanks, Gary.
With the court's permission, would it be possible for the sergeant to approach the screen and take a look at that timestamp?
Can you do that, Sergeant, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought he was going to say, I don't know what Chiron means. Can you give me a definition, please? Like in the spelling bee when they say, can you give me a definition?
May I inquire? Yes. Were you able to see that timestamp?
Yes, I was.
Sergeant, did that timestamp appear to be inverted?
The blue writing appears to be backwards.
So in this version of the video, which has been inverted from the version shown by the Commonwealth, the timestamp also was inverted, correct?
What appears on the screen is inverted.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to zoom in on, just with the court's permission, on a portion of the middle of the video.
Okay.
Sergeant, I want to direct your attention to an area of the video right above the hand truck. Do you see that area?
I do.
You see that white object just above the snow line?
I see something there. I do not know what it is, if it's an object or it's more snow.
Can you tell if that's a sort of a dirty white rag?
I cannot tell what it is.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Fish. We can take that down.
Dirty white rag. It's the rag. Got a
We've
sledgehammer.
seen a corrected version of that Sallyport video from that camera. There's also another camera on the opposite side of the Sallyport, isn't there?
There is.
And that one, for lack of a better phrase, that one came out pretty grainy. Would you agree?
Yes, it's not perfect quality.
The other view would show, given the fact that it's on the opposite side of the wall of this video, that actually would show the right rear portion of the SUV as it was parked in that Sallyport, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look with the court's permission. This has already been marked as 446. I believe it was introduced last week.
Okay.
Could you display that?
Yes.
Thank you. I know it's very hard to see, Sergeant, but could you tell me, as the video is paused right here at the beginning of the timestamp, can you see the outline of the antique police car?
I can make that out, yes.
And it appears that there's no vehicle in the foreground this side of that antique police car, correct?
That's correct.
You also can see that this video is in fact not inverted. It's the correct orientation, right?
That's correct.
And obviously it's pretty lacking in quality, but you can make out the fact that there is an outline of a vehicle there, correct?
Correct.
We could play, may I approach the screen briefly?
Yes.
If we could, with the court's permission, begin playing at this time, this is about 5:07 and 10 seconds. That's time of day. We can play for about a little less than a minute.
Okay.
If you can't see it, don't worry, I can't either.
Sergeant, did you see what was depicted on the video? That just ran from 5:07 and a few seconds until it was just paused.
I did watch the video.
And how much time would you estimate elapsed as we just watched that video in real time?
15 seconds, maybe.
Okay. And do you see something? You see something in the foreground that just sort of appeared there next to that antique police car.
It appears that the SUV has now pulled into the Sallyport, and there's an individual standing behind the SUV.
Do you see what the time of day is on that timer?
I do not.
Can you see that it's paused at 5:50 and 46 seconds?
I cannot.
This is the last time I would ask that. Unfortunately, I cannot zoom on this, Your Honor. With the court's permission, would the sergeant make one more trip to the screen to give us the exact time that this is paused?
This is the last time, Sergeant. Would you please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Oh, like she's going to inconvenience him. Would you please?
What was the time? What is the timestamp where the video is paused?
5:50:46.
5:50 and 46 p.m. Correct?
That's correct.
So it appears that this video in about 15 seconds jumps 42 minutes to the 5:50 mark. Correct?
What?
I don't know how much it jumps.
Well, from 5:08 approximately to 5:50 approximately, how much time is that?
Approximately 48.
42 minutes.
42.
Excuse me, 42. Yes.
That's okay.
Not a math
And
test.
this reads vehicle, which shows the right rear taillight portion just appears, correct? At 5:50.
Wow.
There's a vehicle that appears. There appears to be an individual standing behind the vehicle. It's not just a taillight that appears.
But Sergeant, the exact time that would show what Trooper Proctor was doing at the right rear taillight, that is missing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The exact time that would show what the person who you identified on Wednesday as being Trooper Proctor, that video is not there, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's not.
This video, Sergeant, you will agree, if that 42-minute period existed, that would have been the only video that would establish the actual condition of the taillight the moment the SUV arrived in police custody in that Sallyport, correct?
Objection.
You can ask that differently.
Is there any other video other than this one that would show the exact condition of that taillight as it pulled in to the driveway, and then to the Sallyport? Or is this the only one?
From that location,
Correct.
that is the video that captures that time frame.
And that's also the video that captures that area of the car, correct? The right rear portion of the car.
Correct.
And that 42 minutes, from when the car arrived until 5:50 in the evening, that portion is missing, correct?
It's not missing. It's just not recorded.
He won't say it's
not
missing.
There, Sergeant. Bukhenik. I'm not splitting words with you, splitting hairs. It's not there. It's gone, correct?
It's not on the screen now.
You're making yourself look worse, sir.
It's not anywhere, is it?
I do not know.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
With surgical precision.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Medical school and dental school and law school. That's where Alan Jackson went to school. All of them. He can pull teeth. He can cross-examine with surgical precision. Now comes the beaten down man that we have called Lally-Flop. Lally-Flop, Lally-Flop, ooh, lally, 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 Lally-Flop. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Try and rehabilitate this witness, sir. We are waiting on the edge of our seats.
Good morning, sir.
So how this video was played before the jury on Wednesday during your direct testimony, the condition of that video, the view of that video, that's how you received it from the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
So nothing was done to alter it, change it in any way, shape, or form?
Not by you.
From when you received it to when it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Sustained. You can't lead, Mr. Lally.
What, if anything, was done to alter or change that video?
Objection.
Received it to the time that it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Same objection.
Ask it differently one more time.
You can, third time's a charm, Lally.
As far as the condition when you received it and the condition when it was played for the jury, what was different?
There was no manipulation, alteration of the video between
I'll allow the answer.
when we received it from Canton Police Department, when I played it, and when it was played for you.
Now, as far as the cameras are motion activated, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the skipping that you observed at various points of the video, was that something that occurred once or more than once?
More than once, repeatedly.
And was it one specific portion of the video? And by that, I mean, was it only at the beginning or only in the middle or only at the end, or was it sort of throughout?
It's consistently happening when there's lack of motion. The video does not record because it's not triggered to record.
So Proctor was frozen behind the taillight for 42 minutes? Is that
From
why?
The video, at least as far as you've seen, the one that you were shown on Wednesday and the one that you were shown today, or the portions that you were shown today, what, if any, difference did you note between the content of what's contained in the video?
The content of the video is accurate depiction of what's taken place. The only difference that I noticed today is that the version played was actually inverted from the original version that I received and which was produced.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the entirety of that 5 minutes and 51 seconds of video be played for the jury.
Okay.
You might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Paige, thanks for the super chat. How dumb do they think we are? Skip, jump cut. All of a sudden, two people appear. Another jump cut. Now they're like 3 feet to the right of the screen. Another jump cut. People just appearing out of nowhere and moving, jumping into frame. Oh, here comes a ghost. Oh. I think we might need Maureen, the medium, to come in because I see ghosts.
Pause there. I'm just going to.
Oh, wait, here's a ghost coming in on the left. Look.
Before the jury, that is when the vehicle was brought in by the tow truck driver from the flatbed from the driveway video into the Sallyport area, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Oh. Oh, there they jumped again. They jumped again. All of a sudden, someone appeared. Someone appeared outside the car. This is insane. Tow truck driver is taking pictures, notice, of the front of the car.
Sergeant, I'm going to direct your attention to the person that just opened the driver's side door. That's the tow truck driver, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just ask you to take a look at the door, and in particular, the snow on the door when he closes that door. Gentlemen, if you could. You pause just for one moment. Now, Sergeant, if I could direct your attention back to the ring video. think it was video 153 from Exhibit 6. And you were shown that video on cross-examination and asked about any movement that you saw on the driver's side rear tire, things of that nature. Do you recall that?
The ring camera
Do you
video.
recall that portion of the video when it's alleged that Ms. Reed's vehicle came close to or made contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in the driveway? At that point, did you observe any snow coming off of Mr. O'Keefe's car when they came close to each other?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
What? We're gonna have to play the video again.
I don't remember exactly if there was snow coming off the vehicle. There was snow falling, and that was captured by the ring video. I don't recall if any snow came off the vehicle.
Just a minute, if you could.
Snow came off, but not a hair. Some shoveling happening. Lots of shoveling. You're right, Karina. He did admit that the wheel moved. Here we go again with our dodgy memory. Can't say whether snow came off the car. Now there's at least 3 or 4 guys. Oh, just jumped again. 3 or 4 guys around the rear of the vehicle. Notice that the tow truck driver took a picture of the front license plate of the car. He didn't take a picture of the back tail light, which he would have done if it was damaged, I submit to you. Look at all the activity on the passenger side tail light, says Martha. A lot of activity going on there. And when the defense's whole case is that somebody tampered with that taillight, this video kind of insinuates that perhaps that's the case. Jurors don't leave their common sense at the door. Oh, another jump cut. People just appearing out of nowhere. Someone coming to get the hand truck. People are moving constantly in this video, so his motion-activated nonsense is not going to fly with this jury. Okay, there was a woman that just walked into the top frame of that video. Did you see it? I'm going to take this back for us a few seconds because I want you to see that. Here she is. She's got a ponytail. Did you see her just walk through that door? I want Yuriy to be asked who that is. I don't know. People are saying it may be Rafferty. There may be another woman named Kelly Deaver, who used to be the Canton PD, who's now with Boston PD. A lot of jump cuts in this. Now they closed the door and now they're going to find the crime scene tape. They found some crime scene tape and they're going to use it indoors. They didn't use it for the outdoor crime scene of a dead police officer found on the lawn of another police officer. Nope, left that one unsecured, but now they're going to find the crime scene tape. Wrap it around the crash test dummy, who's right here, the crash dummy. A lot of traffic around evidence. You are right, Michael Grasso. Oh, and then look, he disappeared right as he was walking towards the door. It looked like Proctor. He was walking towards the door and then he disappeared. Now there's still a couple of guys around the rear of the vehicle. I don't think that looks good for the Commonwealth at all, that video.
Now, Sergeant, that video starts at approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Is that before or after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house when you can see the defendant's smashed taillight?
Objection.
So the objection is sustained. Ask the question.
Wait a minute.
5:30 p.m. on January 29th. Is that before or after?
Hold on. Oh, I got to hear this ridiculous question again.
53 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr.
I'm going to repeat it to you because you may not be able to hear him. He's very low.
on January 29th, correct?
He's a low talker.
Is that before or after the... Now, Sergeant, that video starts at approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Is that before or after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house when you can see the defendant's smashed taillight?
Objection.
Is 5:08 a.m. before or after 5:08 p.m.? That is legitimately his question to this witness.
The objection is sustained. Ask the question.
5:30 p.m. on January 29th. Is that before or after 5:07 a.m. When you observed the defendant's vehicle on the ring video of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
That is after.
And is that before or after you observed on the ring video the defendant, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle and parking it in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
It's after.
And is it before or after about, say, 8:22 in the morning at some point when a Canton Cruiser parks in the driveway behind the defendant's vehicle?
It's after.
And is it before or after about 12:30 p.m. or so when the defendant and her father and her brother from the videos from Exhibit 6, the ring videos that on 1 Meadows Ave, are parked in and around the defendant's vehicle and then leave with the defendant's vehicle to go to Dighton?
It's after.
And is it before or after the video that you testified about on Wednesday in regard to the surveillance video from the defendant's father's house in Dighton when that vehicle is being loaded onto the truck and you can see the tail light there?
John.
Okay.
It's after.
Now, again, you had a conversation or an interview with the defendant on the afternoon of January 29th when you were in Dighton, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, she made statements about her broken taillight and when that occurred, correct?
Objection.
Do you want the instruction or do you want to come see me at sidebar?
Sidebar.
Yeah. I want to take that back to where he talked about it being smashed because that's what I wanted to get the first time. Here it is.
Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the ring night, correct?
Correct.
Is that before or after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house when you can see the defendant's smashed taillight?
When you can see the defendant's smashed taillight. Really? Because none of us, did anybody see a smashed taillight?
At 5:30 p.m. on January. Now, Sergeant,
It's
that
I rewound
video
it.
starts at approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Is that before or after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house when you can see the defendant's smashed taillight?
Objection.
Did anybody see a smashed taillight at the video from 5:07 a.m.? Because I didn't. I couldn't tell that it was definitively smashed.
Sidebar.
Am I insane? Please tell me if you think I'm insane. You're free to say so.
You are
Respectfully.
unmuted.
It's cracked, not smashed. The ring video is better than the video from the Sallyport.
That's between the version of the video that's you and the jury witnessed on Wednesday and the version that you just witnessed the entirety of right now. Again, what, if any, difference as far as the depiction or people or places between those two versions of the video?
Outside of it being a mirror image of itself, it accurately depicts any activity or action in the Sallyport.
No.
And at any point in time that you were in the Sallyport area of the Canton Police Department garage, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go near, touch, manipulate the rear passenger side taillight area or the rear passenger side quarter panel of
Objection.
the defendant's vehicle?
You or Proctor?
We absolutely did not.
Now, if I could turn you back to some questions you were asked on cross-examination about something that was reported to the Chief Medical Examiner's office. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And some questions about statements that you had made to the OCME at approximately 10:41 a.m. on January 29th. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you were asked some questions about reporting it as a possible domestic assault, correct?
That is correct.
And can you explain to the jury what led to that statement as far as what you knew at that time and why you would make those statements to the medical examiner?
Think about your answer.
The Massachusetts general law directs us, just as it gives the district attorney's power to and authority over all death investigations. That's the following section 4 of that chapter. Excuse me, following section from section 4, section 5 of that chapter directs all state medical and police entities to work in coordination with the medical examiner's office. By law, we're supposed to work together on the medical legal investigations that the medical examiner's office conducts. We conduct the criminal portion of the investigation. They conduct the medical portion of the investigation. Thus, I contacted the medical examiner's office and advised them that what we had learned at the time. Up to that point, we had learned that the defendant stated that she hit him. We had...
Not really, no. All the initial police reports said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? So no, you didn't learn that.
Had collected, meaning the Canton Police Department had collected a broken glass. So based on the physical evidence and the statements made by the defendant to the first responders at the scene at that point in time, I had communicated those facts to the medical examiner's office. That way they would document it, but also be prepared to investigate the case with the most up-to-date information.
The medical examiner is supposed to investigate the case, and you're here to teach the jury about the law, okay? And when you made that call at 10:40 a.m., you knew that they had found a broken drinking glass, and so you assumed that it was a domestic dispute. By that time, you've already testified that you went to the hospital and you viewed Officer O'Keefe's body. And so that was before you made that 10:41 a.m. call, and based on the condition of his body, you thought it was a domestic, not a car accident. Okay, cool. The more he redirects him, the more he's opening the door on recross. So keep talking, sir. Keep going, Lally. Ask more questions.
Available.
Now, at that time that you made that statement to the representative from the Chief Medical Examiner's office, had you been to Good Samaritan Hospital and seen Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I have not.
Oh, I thought he did.
And had you obviously seen any of the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained prior to making that statement to the medical examiner?
I had not.
Now, as far as the information that you received, you mentioned first responders indicating that the defendant had stated, "I hit him." Who was the first responder that provided that information?
Be Canton Police Sergeant Good.
In addition to that, did you or Trooper Proctor speak with any of the Canton Fire personnel?
Yes, we did.
And who did he speak with?
I believe it was firefighter Fleming.
So
Flamati.
firefighter Flamati, is that correct?
That's correct.
Tony. What time did they go to the hospital to view the body?
Now, after going to Good Samaritan Hospital and viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, as far as what you had earlier reported to the medical examiner, what, if anything, changed based on those observations as far as your opinion as to what had transpired?
Based on what I learned from observing the injuries, I could tell that the glass.
Objection.
He's not a medical witness.
Yeah, I'm going to allow it.
Oh my God.
Move to strike it, but I'm going to allow it.
Wait a minute.
I
We're in
could
the
tell that
Twilight
the
Zone again. We're in the Twilight Zone. He is not a medical witness. He is not a medical witness. He cannot testify about what caused these injuries. John O'Keefe looked like he went 10 rounds with Mike Tyson because that's what his brother said. Okay? At some point. I want to hear that question again. You can move to strike it, but I'm going to allow it because by that time the jury's already heard it.
I could tell that
Observations as earlier reported to the medical examiner, what, if anything, changed based on those observations as far as your opinion as to what had transpired?
based on what I learned from observing the injuries, I could tell that the glass.
Objection.
I was going to say something the glass did.
Yeah, I'm going to allow it. You can move to strike it, but I'm going to allow it.
I could tell that the glass was most likely not the object, the weapon, which was used to cause the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Not the weapon. Okay. Could the weapon have been inside the house?
Thank you, sir. May I have a moment?
Yes.
I could tell the glass was not the weapon to cause the injury to the back of the head. Did you ever do any investigation to find out what that weapon might be other
Any
than a
requests?
car?
Very briefly.
Okay.
In your report to the OCME, you said it was a glass to the face, not to the back of the head, correct?
Right. That's right. Mhm.
I'm not sure how they wrote it down, but I would need to be refreshed on my memory.
Good.
Fair enough.
We'll do that.
Yes.
It wasn't me. I didn't write it down. Somebody else wrote it down, and they wrote it down wrong. So it wasn't me.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Sergeant. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
What did you say to the or what did you report to the OCME?
That there was a possibility that the decedent was struck to the face with a glass.
You also, with regard to the phrase "I hit him" or the Sergeant Good and or Flamati telling you that Miss Reed said she hit him. When did Sergeant Good tell you that?
It would have been during our conversations at the police department.
And when did EMT Flamati tell you that?
He never told me that.
Oh.
So the only thing you were going on with regard to the phrase or the statement that you claim my client indicated she hit him is coming from Sergeant Good.
That information at that time was provided by the first responders from the scene.
And Sergeant Good then relayed that to you, correct?
At some point, yes.
Is there a single report memorializing that Sergeant Good reported to you that morning before 10:41 a.m.? Before 10:41 a.m. that my client made the statement that she hit him?
I don't believe so.
I want to shift gears real quick to the video. A couple of quick questions about that. When did you, and I'm talking about the higher quality video.
I just want to take that back one question. So
Is there a single report memorializing that Sergeant Good reported to you that morning before 10:41 a.m.? Before 10:41 a.m. that my client made the statement that she hit him?
I don't believe so.
Mm-hmm. Before his conversation with the medical
I want to
examiner's
shift gears real
office.
quick to the video. A couple of quick questions about that. When did you, and I'm talking about the higher quality video, like the one that was inverted. When did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
Oh,
After we had started this trial.
Objection.
yes.
You know?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay.
If after mid-April, correct?
I believe so. I'm strictly speculating.
Who asked you to retrieve that video?
I did not retrieve that video.
I'm sorry, that was a presumptuous question.
Who? Who
At
did?
what point were you asked to secure the video, or were you ever asked to secure the video?
That video was never secured by me. I was not asked to secure it. I just was asked to review it.
Okay, so who
Oh.
did secure the video to your knowledge?
I do not know.
You are aware that it was, well, let me ask you a couple of different questions then, based on that. You've already testified that you knew that the Canton Police Department was recused from any investigation concerning this case, correct?
Just for interviews?
At one point, we learned that the Canton Police Department, the decision was made way above my level, and I was advised by Detective Lieutenant Tully that Canton Police had recused themselves from the investigation as far as interviews go.
And you knew that that recusal was because of a connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know, or were you informed that the recusal was based on the connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family?
Objection.
So it's sustained for the same reason I sustain the Commonwealth's objection at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
Last question. Who provided the video?
I do not know.
Canton Police Department, wasn't it?
You asked who? That's an entity.
Okay. What entity provided the video?
Semantics.
It came from the Canton Police Department.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Oh, Canton Police Department
Sergeant, you are all set, sir.
Thank
did
you,
not
Honor.
turn over this video until the
Your
trial
next
had already
witness,
started.
Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Officer Nicholas Barros to the stand.
Okay.
Well, well, well. You can never tell.
Proceed to the court and jury in the case now and here for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Oops.
What is part
Hold
of
on a
the
second. Hold on a second. We gotta go back. What just happened? I was on the wrong thing.
And the Reed residence was
No worries. We're here. It's a Michigas, but we're here. All right.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Nicholas Barros, Barros,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the town of Dighton.
And what, if any, role or what do you do for the town of Dyke?
I'm a police sergeant for the police department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Dyke Police?
In total, started in 2011, 14 years this December.
And how long have you had the rank of sergeant with the Dyke Police?
A year and a half.
Now, if I could direct your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And were you working that day?
I was.
And do you recall what kind of shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working the 8 to 4, the day shift.
And was that the only shift that you had worked on that occasion, or how long had you been on shift by the time you came on for the 8 to 4?
That particular day, I was working from 8 a.m. to midnight. It was on a double.
Now, at some point when you first came in, with reference if you could explain to the jury just briefly or in general terms, when you come on shift for the Dighton Police, what, if any, communication, well, first and foremost, what was your role as far as that particular shift was concerned?
I was the officer in charge that day from 8 a.m. to midnight. When I came in at 8 a.m., the outgoing shift, the midnight to 8 shift, had advised me that a resident had called the police station on a 911 call requesting a ride to Brockton Hospital to meet his daughter due to her daughter's boyfriend passing away, and he needed a ride due to the snowstorm.
And then as your shift continued, what, if any, further contact or who, if anyone, reached out to you in regard to that earlier situation?
Later on, I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the troopers assigned there, and they had stated that they were going to come to Dighton to retrieve a vehicle that was involved in a homicide.
And did they give you a specific address as far as where they were going?
I believe the address was 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton, North Dighton.
And with
Okay. 2:30 in the afternoon. I'm going to take that back. 2:30 in the afternoon. He was called by the Massachusetts State Police. And they told him, we're coming to tow a car that was involved in a motor vehicle homicide by 2:30. They had not found any pieces of taillight by that time, as we know. They found a broken drinking glass at the scene, 6 droplets of blood, a body with a huge gash to the back of his head. Looked like he went 10 rounds with Mike Tyson with what clearly appear to be some sort of dog bite injuries to his right arm. No torso injuries, no leg injuries, no knee injuries. But at 2:30 p.m., Proctor and/or Bukhenik call Dighton and say, we're coming to tow a vehicle that was involved in a motor vehicle homicide. Let that sink in.
In the afternoon, I received a
to you in regard to that earlier situation.
Later on, I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the troopers assigned there, and they had stated that they were going to come to Dighton to retrieve a vehicle that was involved in a homicide.
And did they give you a specific address as far as where they were going?
I believe the address was 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton, North Dighton.
And with regard to that address, what, if anything, did you recognize between that and the earlier call that you were just speaking?
That was the address that came up on the 911 call when that gentleman had called earlier on the prior shift.
And at some point, did you come to find out who the residents were at that address on Country Hill Lane?
I did.
Okay.
Who did you find them to be?
It was the Reed residents.
All right. So, Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, and Mr. Lally, you too.
We're going to sweat the jury out.
And the Reed residence was at a William and Janet Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you received that call at about 2:30, do you know specifically who you spoke to around 2:30 in the afternoon?
Trooper Michael Proctor.
And as far as that earlier information that you were talking about with the 911 call, what, if anything, from that did you impart to Trooper Proctor?
I advised Trooper Proctor that we did receive a 911 call on the midnight to 8 shift about the resident looking to get a ride to Brockton Hospital.
And during that initial call, how was it sort of left as far as what, if anything, you were going to provide as far as assistance or with regard to the troopers on that first call?
On the first call, the troopers just had asked me if I could meet them at that residence as a courtesy since they were coming into my jurisdiction.
And what, if anything, did they indicate to you as far as where they were or when they felt they would be arriving in that area?
Trooper Proctor advised me that they were heading, I believe, from Canton, and once they were about 10 minutes away, they would recontact me so that I could meet them at the residence.
And subsequently, later in that afternoon, did you receive further contact from Trooper Proctor?
I did.
And do you know about what time that was?
I believe the first phone call was around 3 p.m. that he had called me and said that they would be there in about 10 minutes.
And upon receiving that call, what, if anything, did you do?
I had contacted, Trooper Proctor had asked me to contact our tow company to have them meet us at the residence as well. And I said, once I hung up with him, I would contact the tow company and then respond to that address on Country Hill Drive.
Is there a specific tow company that the Dighton Police uses with regard to towing of vehicles within the town?
During that period, it was Diamond Towing.
And so did you contact someone at Diamond Towing in reference to responding to that address as well?
I did. I contacted the owner and he responded.
Now, as far as that area of Dighton, if you could explain to the jury sort of what you observed as you were coming down towards that residence on that day.
Okay, so when I responded to that address, that street is off of 138. When I turned onto Country Hill Drive, I was traveling west. When I arrived on that street, I observed a black pickup truck parked on the street facing east. I was flagged down by that black pickup truck by the driver and was told that they were the troopers that I had spoke to, Trooper Michael Proctor and the other sergeant.
Sergeant that left the room as you were coming in?
Correct.
And what if any identification did they provide to you in reference to that?
They showed me their ID and their badges.
And then from there, where did you proceed?
I had parked my marked police vehicle at the end of the driveway since it was a snowstorm and we could not get into the driveway. And then we walked up to the residence.
So when you say it was a snowstorm and we couldn't get into the driveway, can you expound upon that a little as far as explain to the jury why it was that you couldn't get into the driveway?
It was about a foot of snow in the driveway.
And as far as that snow that you observed when you arrived there, was that snow, how did that snow appear as far as, did it appear as if it had been shoveled or snow blown or untouched, or how did it?
It was untouched.
Now, as you're going through the snow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's yourself, Trooper Proctor, and the sergeant from the state police, and who, if anyone else, is going along with you?
I had an officer that was field training with me that day, and he was with me as well. And we went up to the residence.
And as you're walking up to the residence, what, if anything, did you come upon as you're going towards, say, any door or getting closer to the home?
I remained at the garage. The two troopers went to the front door and made contact with the homeowner.
Now, as far as you were there specifically for a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe a vehicle in the driveway at any time?
Yes, we observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
And what, if any, observations did you make to the rear area of that vehicle specifically?
At first, I did not go up to the vehicle. I just remained at the driveway and waited for the troopers to come back. And once they came back, they were let into the house through the garage. I had walked in with them briefly and then went back out to the garage and remained with the vehicle.
And as far as at any point in time, did you have any conversation with anyone named Karen Reed that day while you were at the house?
I did not.
Now, with respect to you come back out to the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
And the troopers are inside the house, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, do other vehicles come down to the driveway area of this residence that you were at?
I had contacted the highway superintendent after speaking with the troopers about how to retrieve the vehicle since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow. I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
A foot of snow.
Just
It's
in
not
reference
waist
to this
deep.
driveway, just if you could, not exact footage or anything, but how close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway? How long is that driveway?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage, was what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked, and that a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
Cracked.
And then
And a piece was
beyond the
missing.
taillight area of that vehicle,
It was cracked and a piece was missing and it was not completely damaged. If you're ahead in another stream, please no spoilers. We are watching this we're a little tiny bit behind, but not a whole lot behind. Bam. He noticed that taillight was cracked and there was a little piece missing. It was not completely damaged. It was not shattered. Oh, we're going to rewind that. Don't worry, for
what,
emphasis.
if anything else, did
Damage, completely damaged. To my best ability, damage to the.
you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked, and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
There you go.
And then beyond the taillight area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
And as far as the dent on the rear quarter panel that you saw, was that above the taillight, below the taillight, or something?
It's probably right in conjunction with the taillight in that same area.
And from the time that you made these observations of the vehicle, at any point did you go sort of physically up to the vehicle?
I walked up to the vehicle, correct.
And about how far away from the vehicle did you get?
5 to 10 feet away.
And as far as the sort of outside or exterior of the vehicle, you mentioned obviously there's about a foot of snow on the ground. What, if anything, precipitation-wise or weather-wise, was around or on the outside of the vehicle?
Just snow.
And in particular, in this area of the right rear passenger side and that taillight, was there any snow or ice or anything around that area that you observed?
On the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Yes, on the vehicle, there was snow on the vehicle.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there, is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct.
So you had reached out to the highway superintendent to have someone come out and plow the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about how long it was between the time that you made that call and the time that the plow driver came out to clear it?
Less than 10 minutes.
And the sort of clearing of the driveway and the process of that, do you know about how long that took?
I'd say another 10 minutes or so.
And as far as the time that the troopers went into the house, at some point the troopers obviously came out of the house, correct?
Correct.
Do you know about how long it was that they were inside of the house?
More than 30 minutes, less than an hour.
Now, at any point in time that while you were there, did you yourself or did you see anyone else touching or making any contact or manipulating or anything in that rear passenger side area of either the taillight or the dent that you
I did not.
I'm sorry.
I did not.
It's like, I didn't finish my question. Let me ask it again.
I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
Take all the moments, Lally. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. Never let him see us sweat, Lally Flop.
Cross-examination?
No.
All right, Sergeant Barrows, you are all set, sir.
Thank
you.
No questions. No questions. That's how it's done, my friends. That's how it's done. No questions.
Do you want to call another witness or morning recess?
Morning recess, but, Your Honor, if I could just, either before or after, I just need to address one thing with the court at sidebar.
All right, so we'll send the jurors out. Jurors, why don't we take the morning recess?
Allison Cosgrove says, obviously not everybody's in on the joke. Karen looks pretty happy with that testimony. As well she should, because that police officer who is employed by Dighton PD told you and the jury and us that when he got to Karen's parents' house in Dighton, he observed the rear taillight of her car in question, the passenger side taillight. It was cracked, not totally damaged. It was cracked and there was a piece missing. Wow, that was interesting. Not giving up his pension for those guys. The jury was sent on their morning recess. The attorneys are at the sidebar. I mean, combine that with 227. Combine that with the 227 search, it's game over. Come on. Not even a cross-examination, no need. No need. Well, that was fun. Thank you, Nicholas Barros, Sergeant Nicholas Barros of Dighton PD, for coming in and telling the truth. We appreciate you more than you know, as does Justice. Mo, thank you for your super sticker. She lets the Commonwealth go on and on, but stops Unetti. We've seen it. We've seen it a lot. Anthony Evans, thank you. Bev Mad will voir dire Burke with video re-inverted. Berkowitz? Is he going to be able to come in and testify? I don't know. Amy Lou, thank you so much for your super sticker. On top, thank you for your super sticker. They need to play this 24/7 outside the courthouse. Which is wow. And yet they want you to believe that they found, how many pieces of taillight are we up to now? 47, 74? And that they were perfectly reassembled into the entire taillight except for one piece. One piece. The piece that Nicholas Barros said was missing, which perhaps fell off during the drive from One Meadows to Dighton in a blizzard. And that one piece was never retrieved and didn't fit back into the puzzle of taillight that became the housing, the entire housing except for the one piece. Nicole Oven, thank you. She's from Canton, Stoughton, wicked famous here. I'm not sure who you're talking about, but thanks for your super chat. The crypto tax lawyer, thanks you. Thank you. What AJ is doing is extremely challenging, hard to elicit effective testimony from a witness on direct, but nearly impossible with cagey, disingenuous witnesses on cross. Don't miss litigation. I'll be quiet. I don't miss litigation either. Crypto tax lawyer, I don't. I enjoy doing this so much more. Litigation will suck the soul out of you. It literally will, right? Am I right? It's constant adversarial engagements every single day. And really, it does. It does. It's very draining. Keith Johnson, thank you. Think AJ winks at himself in the mirror before he leaves to work. Sean McDonald says, there's a woman with a ponytail in the Sally video who walked out. Yeah, we just looked at that in the video. We don't know who it is, but perhaps she will take the stand. Wilfred, thank you for the 5. The timestamp is different again. White on a blue background. Lally's video was blue font. Yeah, I think I put that up earlier. Thank you for the super chat. Crime Vlog Weekly says, if I am ever charged, call Alan Jackson, please. Everyone should just put his number in their phone, just in case of emergency. Paige says, how dumb do they think we are? Thanks, Paige. Thanks for your super chat. Carrie Singer, thanks for yours. Jackson, no cross on 9 drinks. I was surprised about that too. Because Yuri wants everyone to think she had 9 drinks. And yet nobody told us what was in the glass. And the only receipt that we saw was for 2 Tito's and a Coors Light. So what were the 9 drinks? I'm sure he has a plan for that. David Hefner, thanks for your super sticker. Brenda, thanks for being a member for a month, says waste of time. Paula became a new member. Thanks, Paula. Welcome. Kamala Norris, thanks for the 5. Well, do you have a mouse in your pocket? Or do you have a mouse in your pocket, Yuri? Lily Gogushka, good morning. Says, I didn't see a smashed taillight, but I sure did see the Commonwealth's case get smashed just now. She says, I'm the best. Thank you. Thank you for your super chat. Charlie Lynn, thank you for the super chat. Lally self-owns again. Yep. Yep. He had to have known what this witness was going to say. He had to have interviewed him before calling him to the stand. Thank you, Q-Bird, for your super sticker. I appreciate you always. Ashley says, thanks for the super sticker. Melanie, he looks very mad and put an emphasis on cracked. Yeah, he doesn't want to be there. And he knows what a mishigas this thing is. And that the world is watching, and he's not staking his reputation on this case. He has no ties to these people in Canton or MSP. DK, thanks for your super sticker, super chat. Jess Machado of Fall River Reporting in Canton reported that the jurors aren't paid if they are employed. I would be so mad if I was a juror. What a waste of time this trial has been. I think it depends on your employer. Some employers do pay while you're out on jury duty. I always paid my employees if they had jury duty. I mean, well, we're a law firm, but I guess it depends on who the employer is. But they do get paid by Massachusetts. I think something like $40 or $50 a day, right? Thanks, Steve, for your super chat. Dickless Tracy, thanks for being a member for a month. And it says, I want to see the timestamp on the tow driver's pictures. Yeah, don't we all? If he took them. DK, to clarify, the jurors aren't paid by the court if employed. What do you mean? Oh, so they don't get their $50 a day from the court if they have a job because they expect their job to pay them? That's just wrong. All they get is a free lunch. What's really going on? Thanks for the 2. Maybe it was Lally and the Sally removing lights. Yeah, maybe it was Lally and the Sally, right? The game of Clue. I love that. All right, my friends, I'm going to put the, I'm going to take a quick ladies break, as you should, and we will come back. The fan is up. Just give me 3 minutes. Everyone take a quick stretch, and we will be right back. Hello, everyone. Hello. The fan is still up in the courtroom, but I have a special surprise for you. I have a special surprise for you. Give me the thumbs up when you're ready. Back there in the green room, we have for you, my friends, Mark Bederow joining us early for this stream. What up?
What am I watching?
A train wreck in real time.
It's insanity. I can't believe what has happened today and how they can even have the strength to continue after this.
What do you think? You were listening, I imagine.
Well, I was listening for the legal argument, if that's what you call it, which really I think is a third world problem in the case at this point.
Right.
But I did see some of Yuriy in live fashion, and he's exactly what you don't want a police witness to look like if you're a prosecutor. I mean, he couldn't have been more evasive in terms of parsing words, going out of his way not to acknowledge what he previously acknowledged about Proctor being in position, trying to say with a straight face that this video was not in any way, shape inaccurate or misleading. It's just a mirror image, of course, ignoring the fact that it's hiding Proctor in the right rear taillight, small detail. And then at the end of the day, the bottom line is the real video is missing, I think they said 42 minutes, and just magically reappears with Proctor standing in the condition or in the vicinity of the rear taillight. And so, that's really strong evidence by Lally to establish that. And naturally, what I would do as a prosecutor is follow that up by calling a credible police officer who has no interest in any of this. Clearly, no one would suggest that, to entirely support the defense case, entirely exculpate Karen Reed, and entirely support the defense contention that a dent was caused almost certainly because she backed into John O'Keefe's car. And a dent, people know by now, is something that's consistent with polycarbonate when it crashes into a powerful object that has a jagged edge, such as, I don't know, where the wiper doohickey is on the back of a car. And this cop said pretty straightforwardly, there was a dent. It wasn't, and what did he say? It wasn't like it was fully destroyed or anything. And he follows this up after having Yuriy and his band of fools previously testify that we found 45 pieces of shattered taillight, which revealed itself over the course of 2 weeks. So this is
revealed itself. And this Nicholas Barrows said there was damage to the right rear taillight. It was cracked and there was a piece missing. It was not completely damaged. Cracked and a piece missing.
Singular.
Yeah.
Right.
Because when they reconstructed that entire taillight, remember, she was able to reconstruct it all except for one piece.
And this was a prosecution witness.
Yes, it did not reveal itself. That one piece did not reveal itself.
No.
Perhaps it fell off the car on the way to Dighton. Who knows? But
this is whatever comes after cartoon. I don't know what you even call this at this point, but all kidding aside, this is disgraceful. And it doesn't even matter if they still think in their mind of minds that she did this. I would suggest to you they don't, that they're so far down the rabbit hole that the only way they see out of this is just to keep digging deeper, which I think they're doing. And, the more they push this crazy theory and the more it becomes more and more plausible that they might have framed her, if there's more evidence to establish that, and they do, they're just digging a deeper hole when eventually they have to pay the piper in federal court. And there's going to be, to me, it's looking likely something's going to happen to these people. I can't believe that they are doing this. They ought to dismiss this now, right now.
How is this allowed to continue? I mean, we have just seen video evidence of some people messing around with that taillight that they tried to pass off as the passenger side of that tail. I could not wrap my head around that inverted video. No matter how I tried, I was like, okay, how is the guy coming out the passenger side? I mean, it was intentionally shown to the jury to mislead them, in my opinion.
Oh, no doubt. And the worst part is the DA knew it. Certainly Yuriy knew it. Obviously the Canton police who gave it to him in this fashion knew it. And then the devastating part, and this is why he's giving a lesson in how not to be a police witness.
Mm-hmm.
On direct examination, he gave every impression, meaning Lally and the witness, that this was a legitimate, authentic video of accurately showing what happened. And then when he's finally confronted on cross how bad this is, even today, he says, well, it's still accurate. It's just a mirror image. And he's burying the lead. I mean, they're hiding the right rear taillight and Proctor over there. It's kind of important.
And they had a video camera from the other direction, which they showed that would have certainly shown what they were doing there. But that image is crap. And there's 42 minutes missing. So I don't care which way you want to throw these spaghetti pieces against the wall, but they're all pointing to one thing.
42 minutes on the video that they don't have. People coming and going magically. I used the word apparating myself previously. I mean, Harry Potter style, just coming and going on the video. All of this evidence is clearly not helpful to the DA. It's just jet fuel for the conspiracy, the so-called conspiracy theorists who actually believe, and I think at this point with good reason, that Karen Read was framed. I just, when you, as a prosecutor, I mean, I don't know how you can choose to say, this is okay, I'm going to go forward with this evidence. There's going to be an explanation. There's never going to be an explanation for this. And I found it very interesting too, that one of the things that Jackson did was allude to the possibility of a white rag being there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that rag or something similar to it way back when, what feels like 3 months ago already, several weeks ago, was in one of those pictures, was sitting by I think the red Solo cups and the Stop and
Shop bag right next to the car.
And I think, again, I'm not an expert on the scientific part of this, but I mean, even people have said this before, and I think basic Google type stuff would tell you that in order to crack polycarbonate, you can't just crack it. You have to kind of change its properties and use some kind of chemical. And, you know, a rag might do that. And certainly 42 minutes is a long time to do whatever it is that they would be doing. And at this point, they're never going to be able to answer this. So given that they have the burden of proof, how can they possibly think that they have any shot of proving beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty as the Massachusetts standard at this point? It's
Here comes Proctor. They just called Proctor to the stand. So you're here for it. You are here for it, baby. I know you said you had only until 11:45. So
I might have to reschedule my haircut. If this is what's happening.
You don't need a haircut. Who needs a haircut?
No.
This is way too important.
Oh my God. So did we get to watch this now? Is that how? Oh, beautiful.
If you want me to stop, just say. I like to stop and comment while it's happening, so I'm all for it.
Can't believe this guy is not making a blanket assertion of the fifth.
You think?
Oh my God.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand.
Oh man.
He sounds jacked up for the first time. He's got some life in him.
Right? This is insane.
Insanity, yes.
I can't believe it. Like what? He's going to be eviscerated.
This guy's going to walk himself into a federal indictment and a prison sentence if he sticks with this nonsense.
Like, why is he risking everything in his life?
Oh, he's coming with evidence.
For these people.
He's got evidence.
It's all been proctored.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, jurors.
Oh, God. Good morning, jurors.
Morning, jurors.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Trooper Michael Proctor, Proctor.
Oh, we know how to spell it.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Unit.
Comes from the McKay
within the Massachusetts
School
State Police.
Eye contact, I see.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
How long have
Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up loud, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Otherwise, we're going to have to
want
sweat
that
the
microphone in front of you is adjustable, so however close or far away you want. Now, how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
For over 10 years, and it'll be 5 years in September with the Homicide Unit.
Now, with reference to your work with the homicide unit, with the detective unit at the district attorney's office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work within that unit?
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been certified in Sallyport software programming. I've also, in addition to homicide investigations, have worked within the narcotics unit on several different investigations there as well.
Now, with respect to your work with the detective unit, as far as, do you have sort of an on-call system?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that works, or how those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Sure. So as Sergeant Bukhenik usually sets the on-call rotation. It's at random, and your on-call is from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. Any unattended death, homicide, suicide, overdose, things of that nature that comes in during that time frame, you own it. That's your call.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the detective units on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And at some point in the morning, did you receive a call in regard to a situation in the town of Canton?
I did.
And what, if anything, was that? When did you first receive that call from them?
Sergeant Bukhenik called me at approximately 6:48 that Saturday morning, advised that Canton PD had a male party that was discovered in the snow outside of a residence, and he wasn't sure what had happened. It was originally given to me as a possible medical situation.
And based on that initial call and that initial information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
And at that point, I knew I needed to gather further information, so I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly what transpired in the morning. He had informed me that a male party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital
Not a
with
police
some injuries.
officer. That's hard to believe.
No, not a police officer. They don't even do that. And you know, Canton PD just had 32 Fairview on the dispatch log, which they already told us is not important.
Right.
And the time was all wrong. So give me a break.
Never mind. It's my
Detective Lank didn't have.
What'd you say?
My friend Brian Albert's house. You know,
Right.
that's a small detail. Yeah.
Much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital, the individuals treating Mr. O'Keefe.
Now,
So
before we get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your own, or how did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted, Detective Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry.
This firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that
I'm going to allow it.
Firefighter Flamati informed me that.
Hearsay, whatever.
Is it hearsay? Double hearsay?
Who
Okay.
cares? Yeah.
Doesn't matter. There's no rules here. It's like going to arbitration or like workers' comp court. There's no rules.
My running critique of her has been there's no rhyme or reason to her rulings. They're completely arbitrary. There's no pattern with her. You just can't tell.
Arbitrary and capricious. And that's why she doesn't want people stating the grounds for their objections, because she's going to decide.
I agree.
Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
And then based on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted
Wait,
Sergeant.
so a firefighter is equipped to give a 10% chance of life to this fallen man passed out in the snow?
Yeah, that's a no.
I know that you're from New York too, so you appreciate my snarky humor.
Yeah, no,
you get it, right?
That's crazy. Yeah.
Okay. All right, move on. Michael
Mechanic
Proctor.
advised him that this sounds Like it's more than a medical situation.
And what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Bukhenik come to with regard to what to do or where to go or what the next steps should be?
So there's a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
Because they don't have dash
What
cam
time
footage.
was it, that
It's
you and
very
Sergeant Bukhenik
contrived
arrived
and
at
planned. You can
Canton
see he's already laying the foundation for defending these points without even being asked. And it's very contrived.
I think they've been prepping him for weeks, probably, right? Because they were like on the fence about calling him, I think. So the Chevy Malibu wasn't going to make it. They don't have any four-wheel drive vehicles in the Massachusetts State Police lot. Are we supposed to believe that?
No.
It's New England.
Yeah.
There's a lot of snow there all the time.
A lot.
We know.
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
2 inches.
Had you cleaned off your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so. When was it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Bukhenik, if you know?
At Canton PD?
Yes.
I don't recall if Sergeant Bukhenik arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, at some time you both arrived around 10 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived there?
We spoke with the Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts, or Karen Reed, or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Reed?
Yes,
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
He's done his homework.
He hasn't been watching the trial or anything, has he?
Ready. You're right.
Like, how would he know if he was a witness called? How would he know their names? A dead giveaway.
No, I just asked the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik go from there?
We then traveled to the home of Matthew.
And I spoke to Chief Berkowitz in the Sallyport, and we had to figure out how to, diddle the taillight or something. My God.
Had a best. So the first thing he's going to tell us that he does, the first thing is go to the McCabe's house. That's the most important part of this investigation.
It's unbelievable. He's also, it's clear he's waiving the fifth here. He's getting into the substance, and he's, about to blow it wide open. This is going to be really interesting when he gets to the real bad stuff here.
Yeah. And Canton PD is conflicted out early in the morning. So why is he even going there at 10 a.m.? Okay. So he says the most important thing is that he goes to Jen McCabe's house.
Yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik go from there.
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Bukhenik, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Bukhenik on that date of January 29th?
It's from 10 a.m. approximately when we met at Canton Police Department until when we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day. And we also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time, from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars.
When he says we went back to the office with some evidence,
Taillight.
what office? He can't be talking about going back to Canton PD. That's not his office.
Unless
right?
he's gathered taillight pieces, who knows?
What office is he talking about? His Massachusetts State Police office? Okay.
Were you essentially with Sergeant Bukhenik that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Buchenek's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Bukhenik all day and into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Bukhenik go?
The McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they how were they conducted?
One-on-one, Sergeant Bukhenik and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Bukhenik or another trooper in one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Mm.
Now, with respect to
Julie and Chris, the parents of Colin, they were interviewed together. None of the videos, none of the witness statements were videotaped, audio recorded, handwritten, initialed, signed. In your experience, is that unusual?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly unusual, and even their reports are pretty thin. They're not very detailed. So whether they want them to sign them or not, there's not much documentation there. And to the extent there is, a lot of these witnesses have already contradicted what he and the other guy, Yuriy, wrote. So and I think those witnesses also basically said they were all together. He's going out of his way to separate everyone and make it sound like we did this the right way, which, I mean, it just feels already really canned and contrived. I mean, he hasn't said anything terrible yet, but he's really getting out in front with this. And it just feels, now the jury may not know that, but it just feels very rehearsed and icky. Yeah.
Feels icky.
He's trying too hard, it feels like.
Right. Trying to be nice, smile, look at the jury, a little sugary.
I believe you just answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one.
And who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currans. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
You had attempted to meet with them prior to them coming to the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes.
And they had not been responsive to that?
Correct.
However, they were responsive to the summons, and so you interviewed them before they went into the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Other than those, as far as Mr. and Mrs. Curran, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
Correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name that we hadn't discussed before at the McCabe household, a Brian Albert. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Albert?
I never met Brian Albert until that interview.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe household, where did you go from there?
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Bukhenik and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there receiving treatment for Section 12. And two, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Miss Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We'd spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital. They informed us that Miss Reed was released
I'll allow it just as to where you went.
That Miss Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik, at the Good Samaritan?
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And did you have occasion, or did you have a chance to view Mr.
You know,
O'Keefe's
for
body at the Good
a
Samaritan?
seasoned
We did.
officer, a guy, I think he testified he's 11 years in, something like that. He is extraordinarily nervous, which is not something you ever see with grizzly and seasoned cops, for the simple reason they're just there to do whatever and say whatever. And this guy looks, you can just see it on him. He's really trying to be this puppy-like hangdog look and looking at them, and he just feels really nervous for, in theory, someone who should have no reason to be. Now, granted, he's been getting picked on before all of this, but he looks terrified.
And he's under internal affairs investigation, don't forget. And also, you know, compare and contrast him to Brian Albert, who has also testified hundreds of times. Brian Albert came up there like the cocky, you know, the peacock strutting around like, I've done this a million times.
Exactly. No, this guy looks really weak, and it's very telling to me.
He looks like he's about to throw up.
Yep.
And where was that within the hospital?
I was in the emergency room.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe for the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed?
Is he going to cry?
The first thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he had abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm, there's approximately 6 to 8, ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There was no injuries underneath that forearm. Both eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a cut on, I believe it was his right nostril. Another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye. Those were the injuries that kind of jumped out to me.
At any point in time, did you make any?
Kind of like he'd been in a fight and attacked by a dog?
Do you notice, by the way, in this trial, nobody ever explains for the record anytime anyone points, circles, or does anything? This has been one of those pet peeves for this whole trial. The record is totally, you know, can you show us where on the diagram? And the record's going to say, you know, did so squiggle the laser pointer, but nobody is making any record of where anything's happening. It's just.
You're right. It needs to be verbalized. You can't just say, oh, he had scratches here, here, and here, because the record's not clear.
Right.
Any observations of the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
I did observe blood on the back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we observed a pile of clothes in the corner that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that.
Sustained.
Come on.
That is completely not true. I've handled hundreds, if not thousands, of car accident cases during my 30-year career. And I will tell you that it's rare that if someone is knocked out of their shoes, it can happen at a very high speed train accident or very high speed motor vehicle accident, but 24.2 miles an hour.
Just what a gratuitous comment, though. No one's talking about a car accident. He's telling us, you know, that the one shoe was, to me, indicative of had to be hit by a car. I mean, this is trying too hard.
It's rehearsed, and he already spoke to Flamati on the phone. So didn't Flamati already tell him he only came in with one shoe? So if your guys are like searching, you got to look for the other shoe. But he's saying that's what really stood out to him about the pile of clothes in the hospital. And it wasn't the hospital that cut his clothes. It was the EMT. It was the first responders. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Okay, try and stick to the script, Proctor.
I'll strike from fairly common, the observations.
Fairly common.
As far as the clothing that you observed, can you describe the clothing that you observed?
Yes. We observed one black sneaker with the Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange t-shirt, and a two-tone gray light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career responding to unintended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of the unit, how many of those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
Well, I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've other.
What were you going to say?
I just said 0 as he's
Yeah.
thinking.
What do you say, 3 or 4?
Experiences.
Yeah.
Well, I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or over what time period we're talking about?
It was about 6 years I spent on the road, so maybe another 3 or 4.
And with reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, have you seen in those prior investigations in regard to sneakers or footwear of pedestrians involved in motor vehicle?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we get one for the good guys?
God. Unbelievable.
Where are the socks? I want to know where the socks are, because I say if he took off his shoes like he did at home, and if he went into 34 Fairview, he probably would have taken off his shoes, especially because it was a blizzard. His socks would have dog hair on them because there was a dog living in the house. Where are the socks? It's like nobody tested anything.
Any observations of pedestrian crash? John?
Yes.
See, John?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your prior experience with pedestrian crashes involving motor vehicles, what, if any, observations have you made on those prior occasions in regard to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians in motor vehicle crashes?
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
Come on.
Stop.
So, with respect to your observations,
He's handled 3 to 4. We call them PKDs in the biz, pedestrian knockdowns. 3 or 4 of them in his entirety of his career, and every single one of them had their shoes missing.
Yeah, well, and because there's no shoe here, clearly it must have been a car accident. I mean, that's got to be the case, right?
He's not even an expert in pedestrian knockdowns. How could he be?
This
Okay.
is she's being a joke, allowing this kind of non-expertise.
Right. And then she's maybe not going to let their dog bite expert in after voir dire? Really?
clothing, there only being one sneaker at Mr. O'Keefe's property. What, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Bukhenik and I picked up, that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Was it a
Now,
clue?
in addition to Sergeant Bukhenik is one of your supervisors.
So contrived.
Is that correct?
Yes,
And is another one a Lieutenant Brian Tully?
that's correct.
Tully.
With respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation?
Yes.
I didn't hear that question. Did you hear the question?
No,
Okay, let's take it back.
I was deleting a phone call I was getting.
Okay. Congratulations on your Celtics winning.
Oh, that was fun last night.
And is another one a Lieutenant Brian Tully?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's
Hold for a phone call. Hold.
No, it's fine.
Okay, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything,
With regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully? Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation?
Yes.
I'll allow it.
It's like a
So
putt.
Sergeant
Gimme.
Bukhenik and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
Yes.
And
That's a
what are
hearsay
you-
exception in case you didn't know. I'll
Yeah.
allow it because there's an
We're informed-
investigation exception to the hearsay rule. Okay.
It's kind of like just make it up as you go at this point, you know? A lot of
Yeah.
people from Massachusetts who practice there say this is very common,
Yeah.
that it's a blanket objection. So you're reserving all of your grounds for appeal. In New York, they wait for you to state your grounds.
Yeah.
You say objection, the judge will be like, okay.
Of course,
Why?
in this case, there won't be an appeal, but yeah, I hear you.
It's like the land of the lost.
Yeah.
With that old TV show, The Land of the Lost.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Sergeant Bukhenik and I were informed that SIR team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with the white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
Now, from these items of clothing, I'm sorry, let me just.
Cue the sirens. Oh, do you think he's clenching up his butt right now? Like, oh, you can't even script this better.
Trooper, in addition to the shoe that you
gonna throw
already
up.
referenced, what, if anything else, did you observe about what kind of clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed at the hospital?
The clothing seemed it was wet. It was pretty well saturated.
With
The right
Yeah.
sleeve had some
Blood.
Vomit.
cuts to it, like tears to it. There's like blood and vomit on it, if I recall. Those were the observations I had made of the clothing. And they had been cut due to rendering first aid as well, the pants area.
Now, subsequent to viewing these clothing items at the hospital at a later time, did you have occasion to observe surveillance video from a variety of places on the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, depicting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regard to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at CF McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Bukhenik and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Cue the sirens. Could somebody bring the witness a bucket,
Now,
please?
Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in regard to
Hold for sirens.
securing these items specifically as evidence, but in general terms as far
who
as
are they
securing
screwing
items
with?
and
Are they
evidence
screwing with
within
Proctor
your
or are they
unit.
screwing with the Karen Reed people? I don't even know. Like,
Apparently, the fire station is right next to the courthouse or something, and that's why there's a lot of activity. But sometimes you'll hear them go by and they'll go toot toot. They'll beat
Right,
their horn.
right.
It's like a comedy of errors. It's Shakespearean.
How is that accomplished? How is that done? What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area. From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code. And only 3 members of my office have access to that room: the 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
So that explains why we
At
held it
this
until March 14th. Here he is. This is why we held the evidence for 6 weeks. It was on, triple secret probation. No one could access it.
Right. And did they bring evidence bags with them to the hospital? Is that what he's saying? We brought the evidence envelopes with us?
This is too contrived because he's getting asked these general questions and he's just going into what he has rehearsed and without even being asked. I mean, really, it ought to be Lally saying, tell us about how the evidence is stored. And he's just volunteering all of this information and regurgitating it up. It's clear that he's just trying to memorize all of this. You can see him looking up in his head and he's just trying to get it all out. And it's just coming out as just so unnatural, even though he's calm. It just feels to me so rehearsed, as if he's trying to pass a test, as opposed to just recalling what happened comfortably.
It's a narrative. He's
Yep.
off book. He memorized his lines.
Yep.
And I still don't know where his office is. What is the location of this office from which he speaks? It's not a Canton PD.
I don't know if they might have had something in Canton PD. I don't remember. The problem is it's so long ago, you can't remember what happened because we're on, week 20 of this thing, it feels like.
We know Higgins had an office there, but I don't think they did.
Yeah, I'm
Let's
not
see.
sure.
Time of January 29th, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Achiko and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Bukhenik have any access to that evidence storage?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized and say items that were seized subsequent during the course of your investigation, did they go through that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the clothing items, at some point did you come into possession and seize Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall where it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department.
And was that prior to you going to the Good Samaritan?
After, I believe.
Okay. That's not what the original reports say. The original reports say that he retrieved the phone from 34 Fairview, right?
Yep. That's exactly what it says.
That's where he got the phone. So, and we know Kerry Roberts claims to have picked up the phone from underneath his body when he was put on the scoop stretcher, right? And none of the first responders saw the phone.
He's also trying to walk away from having gone to that location on that day. They've gone out of their way, and even Morrissey in that ridiculous press conference of his, they've been trying to really push him away from even having access to the real crime scene, as if he had no opportunity to plant evidence or whatnot. Oh, by the way, as if it takes him personally to do that. But that is a change. This story is different.
Because I think he's been told you need to back up Morrissey. They can't catch Morrissey in a lie. Morrissey said you did not go to 34 Fairview in his hostage video.
Right.
That Proctor did not go there that day. That he didn't have a chance to plant evidence. He's got to stick with the narrative, with Morrissey's narrative.
Yep.
Because are the feds investigating Morrissey? We don't know. Do we know?
We don't know, but I don't know how it wouldn't be part of this in light of all the craziness going on. I mean, when that video came out today, I mean, the DA has known about that video being reversed for some period of time. That's just one example. But I mean, how did they allow that to be introduced into court? I mean, you'd have to believe that Lally is so incompetent that he didn't know. It was a mistake. And when he asked and when he looked at it with Yuriy beforehand, Yuriy never told him this is the reverse, or they never discussed why can't we see the rear taillight? Why are you coming out of what appears to be the passenger side of the car if you're driving? I mean, it's all, no, I'm sure the DA's office is clearly a part of whatever they're looking at. I think they'd have to be.
Yeah, and that's what he's got to say. So let him go.
So following the Good Samaritan, where did you go from there?
So after the Good Samaritan Hospital, Sergeant Bukhenik and I traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton.
And why did you go to that location?
That was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home. And
what's that?
This is going to be real interesting because he's now going to be in a position to see the taillight, which if he sticks with the script from the DA, it ought to be almost destroyed. Like that picture they offered through the criminal list or whatever it was a few weeks ago, where it was just one little piece of red and all gone. And yet they're having Proctor now testify 20 minutes after an uninterested cop just said, well, there was, a small dent. And now he's coming right upon that same vehicle. This is going to be interesting.
And a piece missing. Yeah.
Having a brief conversation with Miss Reed on the phone, she informed us she was at her parents' house.
So you had called Miss Reed, spoken to her, and informed her that you were coming there to speak, correct?
Correct.
And just as you had done with Ms. McCabe, Mr. McCabe, you spoke to Miss Reed within her home?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did you reach out to on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to Dighton?
We contacted the Dighton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those?
So he's already determined.
At the time there,
he's saying we just want to go see what's going on. But if you're calling a tow truck, you've already at least subconsciously made the decision. Look, we're charging her. I mean, there's no reason to tow that car based on what? Because there was a shoe that was missing, and Jennifer McCabe's story. I mean, this is.
They called for a tow at 2:30.
Yeah.
2:30. And he went and he viewed the body. They didn't look like automobile accident injuries. Yeah, right. So the shoe is what prompts him to go.
He was missing
the
a
car.
shoe, so that clearly was enough.
Insanity.
there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground, more. And it was a dead end cul-de-sac, so which made it difficult to navigate. So we requested the plow to clear a path for Sergeant Bukhenik and I to get down the roadway, as well as clear the driveway of the residents, so the tow truck could pull into the driveway.
Now, as far as the drive from Good Samaritan, that's in Brockton, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the drive from the Good Samaritan Brockton to the defendant's parents' home in Dighton, about how long a drive was that, and how would you describe the weather conditions along the way?
Yeah, with the weather conditions were whiteout, high winds, blizzard conditions. We had to travel very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
But the hair stayed on
When you
this
arrived
car.
there, you're in Sergeant Buchenek's truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Bukhenik position the truck in relation to the house at 345 Country Hill?
From what I recall, Sergeant Bukhenik went down the cul-de-sac and turned around, and he actually had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of along the snow, pointing essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And at some point, did members of the Dighton police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one of the officers' last name was Barros or Barrios.
And had you ever met that officer before?
No.
Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Bukhenik approached the home at any point prior to the Dighton police showing up?
I can't recall if, no, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
And when you approached the home, you went, what did you traverse? How did you get from the street to the home?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Miss Reed's Lexus parked in the driveway, the front of it facing one of the garage doors. That's when we observed the broken taillight on the right side of the vehicle. We then proceeded to the front door.
That wasn't even the question.
But also no detail. Broken tail.
Right.
We've gone from shattered. The other guy says it's got a dent, and he's just going to glaze over that. You know, it's broken.
Yep, that's when we observed the broken taillight, and then blah, blah, blah.
It just rolls right over.
The snow was about up to our waist. And knocked
waist
on the
deep.
door. And
It's waist deep. Didn't he just say it was a foot of snow? And now, how tall are you? You're 2 feet tall?
Yeah, that would be about 2.5 to 3 feet, maybe 2 feet if he's saying waist deep, right? That's crazy.
was greeted by Mr. Reed.
So as you're walking up the driveway towards the home, you see Miss Reed's vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found to be registered to Miss Karen Reed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Good, we can fast forward a little bit.
4 pages in length. Just ask you to review that after we finish.
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
The registry motor vehicles. It's the certified document for Miss Reed's Lexus.
And that's the plate information that's contained in there. Is that the same plate that was affixed to Miss Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes.
And that also details sort of the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
going back to, I believe, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
The dent could have been from anywhere. And are we disputing that it was her car? Okay.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed, at some point you go into the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you enter into the defendant's parents?
So Sergeant Bukhenik and I, after we had knocked on the front door, Mr. Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage door for us, and invited us in.
Now, if I could take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some damage that you observed to the right rear passenger side area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as
Here it
damage
comes.
to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear taillight had essentially large pieces missing from it.
Pieces.
Uh,
Large pieces.
You see him how mealy mouth, and he's looking down. I mean, he looks no confidence in what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. I'm not a body language expert, but people like you and I have done this enough and deal with demeanor and body language. He just got real sheepish right there.
He did. He was almost afraid to say it.
Yep. Pieces.
So you proceed inside the home and
Subject
where-
changed
where
right
is it
away.
that you're directed, and where is the defendant?
We're invited into a large living room area. Miss Reed is seated on a couch, and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
She's taking any
that
pictures of the
conversation
taillight?
goes on for approximately how long?
That's
Approximately half
something
hour, 40 minutes.
that I've been talking about before. At no time when they first arrive here, no one testified to a picture.
Mm-hmm.
Before it goes in the Sallyport, everyone's telling you we have this damaged taillight. We know it's a car accident. Of course, Proctor's experience, as he's told us, in all of this stuff. And yet what they have never produced is one single photograph that has the metadata to timestamp it, date stamp it, and prove conclusively. And if they had that picture, outside at the Dighton house during the blizzard and this and that, that might be something. And they don't have it. And that's just astounding as police incompetence 101. This is the most basic law enforcement function. Document car damage when you think there's a fatal car accident, and he doesn't do it.
Maybe. But who might have one is the tow truck driver, because all tow truck drivers pick
Absolutely.
photograph cars, right? You ever have AAA come tow your car?
Yeah.
They don't want to be blamed for damage.
I believe he's on the defense list.
He is.
Yeah, that's bad for the DA.
Mm-hmm.
And when you
Wait, what did he say? How long?
Approximately half hour, 40 minutes.
40-minute interview with Karen?
Yeah, that's the Yuriy
Terminate
school.
that
Remember last
conversation, you
week,
come
that's
back
that's
outside
the
the home,
ideal
is that correct?
time for an interview.
Yes.
He said.
That's right. That's right. Yuri said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ideal time for an interview is between
This is
30
best
and 45
practice.
minutes.
This is best practices. Pictures of car damage, not so much, but 40 to 45-minute interview, I got it.
Always in pairs. We use the
Right.
buddy system for interviews too. Buddy system.
And where is the vehicle at this point?
That is being put on the tow truck.
All right, can we stop
Now,
for
in
a second?
addition to
Please.
Where the hell is the search warrant?
I was going to ask you that.
Where is the warrant? What is the probable cause to seize this? You can't just go and take a car because you think something happened. And Yuriy kind of glazed over this the other day, and he also with Karen Reed's phone, he basically Yuri's testimony was, I told her we're taking her phone, and they just took it. On what authority? The Massachusetts State Police says so. This is insane.
That's what I want to know. And if there was no warrant, which we know that there was not a warrant, isn't this fruit of the poisonous tree? Why are we even hearing about this evidence?
Or at least mention, we asked her if we could do that, if we had some kind of consent. And of course, a real cop would then have her sign something to demonstrate that. And they're just glazing over all of this and just taking everything. It's unbelievable.
They said, we're taking your car. And they're going to say, she voluntarily gave us her phone. Why would she?
If you believe what's happening here, they called the tow truck people before they went down. They think it's a car accident because I see a shoe. According to what McCabe told them, Karen said, I might have hit him. So there's still no probable cause to believe she's committed a crime, let alone a car accident. And they've already determined they're going to take the car because they've called the tow truck guy before they get there They get there. He claims, I see all this damage, which of course is not even consistent with what a Dighton cop, who's not lying about anything, saw. And he's just decided, I'm taking the car. Fascinating.
In what world does this happen? There's not even a motor vehicle accident report for this case.
I mean, where is the warrant? They would have talked about the warrant if they had one at this time. I mean, any DA would be waving it around, or at least having him testify, we had a warrant. And of course, if they had a warrant, they would have probable cause, and they could have laid out what they really believed at that time. And they haven't.
He calls for a tow before he even laid eyes on the car. He had no idea what kind of condition the car was in.
Classic tunnel vision. I mean, they were going to arrest her basically because this clown says, John O'Keefe was missing a shoe.
Mm-hmm.
This is bonkers.
The defendant's vehicle, what if anything else was taken and seized as evidence from the defendant on that one?
After confirming the phone Miss Reed was holding was in fact hers, we told her we're seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
Wait a minute.
We would be writing a search warrant for that?
Wait a minute. So the Fourth Amendment is a wonderful thing because not only does it talk about searching, which he's talking about now, but certainly Trooper Proctor is aware with the part that precedes that. It's or follows it, search and seizure. Seizure is also covered by the Fourth Amendment and requires that little dirty thing called probable cause. And so he says, I'm going to get a warrant. I don't have one yet. So I'm just going to take your phone now. Well, buddy, you're supposed to get a warrant to seize the phone. And then you can either, as part of that warrant application, seek permission to search it and lay out the facts why, or get a subsequent warrant to do that.
And a judge has to sign off on that. He just said, we're going to write a warrant, as if we have the authority to do that.
He is screwed because we know what's coming on cross with the text messages where there's no reason to believe Yannetti would make this up, notwithstanding what some of the loonies on Twitter think. Putting that aside, the text messages are going to establish that he basically intentionally searched her phone.
Mm-hmm.
He's basically saying, I seized it without a warrant.
Yep.
Most likely searched it without a warrant. We'll have to hear what that comes down to. And then he was looking for nudes, looking for this, looking for that. And if he intentionally violated her Fourth Amendment rights, which it sounds like he did, then, and he's a law enforcement officer, then, the feds could be looking at him, amongst other things, for, an 18 USC 242 criminal civil rights violation. And with everything else that he may or may not have done, such as, I don't know, crack a taillight and frame someone.
Plant some evidence and wished that she would kill herself on top of it all.
Before you continue, I don't want to hold this up too much.
No, it's okay, but I want to hear I want you to hear what he says. He says, we told her that we were going to write a warrant.
But where is his lawyer? This is what I don't understand. Why would his lawyer allow him to basically say, with everything else that he's probably done or being investigated for, that I just went down there, called the tow truck before I had any right to basically take the truck, and told her, I'm taking your phone because we're going to search it. And we know he did, and was bragging to his buddies about all this other stuff. He's got, presumably a real lawyer who's got federal criminal practice background. Why are they letting him testify to this? He's hanging himself.
It's insane.
We told her we're seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant.
We'd be writing a search warrant.
Now,
it's the anticipatory warrant.
The conversation that you and Sergeant Bukhenik had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dighton. Were there some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked Miss Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at CF McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Miss Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieve Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
I'm sorry. He's glazing over things that and Lally, whether he's doing this on purpose or not, he just once again buries the lead and says, well, we saw her open her passcode, which raises two questions. Did you ask her? Did you get consent? Can we look? Did you just kind of surreptitiously look and take it? Did
Mhm.
you file that away for future use? How do you just loudly skip over everything and get to, well, she just opened her phone and we saw the passcode? I mean,
Did he
obvious
memorize the passcode? Did he see her punch it in, so now he has it?
he
It's
doesn't
kind
even
of what he
say.
said.
He doesn't say whether he asked her or whether we told her, but she just opened her phone. I mean, this is really sketchy. And if he does, I mean, he'll get crushed on this on cross, but the fact that the DA is glazing over these details and he knows all about the text messages, something is not right here, the way they're doing this. This is really sketchy.
His lawyer has to be in the room, right? Wouldn't you imagine?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I would think he's in the courtroom right now, ready to pounce, but apparently not going to, because the door is wide open. I mean, it's basically too late to assert the fifth to any of this stuff. He's waived it.
Wow.
Now, through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone to preserve the information on?
Well, the first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode, and then we give it to a cell phone expert in our office, Trooper Nicholas Garino, and he essentially tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
You see this? At the end, he's like, we do all these awful things as my jaw is hitting the floor. And then he says, when a warrant is obtained. But he, again, like, how did you get the phone? This is insane.
We just told her we're taking it. We're taking your phone. We're going to write up a search warrant and put it in airplane mode, and we'll keep it like that until we give it to Guarino.
And he just said, this is my regular practice. I mean, he just basically said, what do you do in these cases? And he's establishing, we just take phones,
right,
get a warrant to search it, but we leave out the fact, how did we come into lawful custody in the first instance?
How many other people are sitting in jail right now because they seized their phone? Brian Walsh.
Well, that's the big one.
He's in the Brian Walsh case. You think they
those
just
are
seized
all-
his phone too?
All the evidence against that guy comes from electronic data.
Google searches.
And it's this, and if it's Proctor, my God.
Imagine he just took Brian Walsh's phone without a warrant. Interesting.
This is
As
unbelievable.
far as putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
It's to avoid if someone wants
There we
to.
go. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see.
Go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
So you secure the phone, you secure the
That you
vehicle
have no
on the
right
tow
to
truck, and
possess,
where did-
right.
Can it go from there?
We follow the tow truck from the address in Dighton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured in the Sallyport Bay.
And if you know approximately.
Again, the Milton Barracks, which is run by the MSP, is closer and it's in the next town over. Why did they take it to Canton when Canton was conflicted out of this case? Makes no sense.
Because Berkowitz runs the Sallyport.
There you go.
See, I paid
What time was it that you arrived at the Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sallyport?
Yep, so we left Dighton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
Approximately
And
5:31.
with reference to the Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage, why was the vehicle taken there?
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it was a heated facility. The other options were, I believe, the barracks in Milton, but that's not large enough to house a vehicle that size, and it's not heated.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated setting?
Miss Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time. It was transported from Dighton to Canton.
And with regard to the Sallyport.
You know when it wasn't covered with snow and ice? When we saw them drive that into the Sallyport off the tow truck. It wasn't covered with snow and ice then, but it was when it was on the tow truck. But when you see them pulling it in, that inverted video, no snow and ice again.
But there's plenty of it on the ground, which
Mhm.
wonder too. It's, by the way, they can't just like wipe it off.
Well, no, because then they would wipe off the heir apparent,
Which flips sides inside the Sallyport somehow.
right? And then all the glass on the bumper would also be wiped away. We can't have that.
Right.
Sallyport garage area of the Canton Police Department. At some point, were you inside that area?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make as far as the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I don't remember the exact, I couldn't put like a ballpark on temperature, but it was certainly warmer than outside.
Now, as far as the vehicle was concerned, either on scene, either in Dighton or at the Sallyport garage, or at any point in time that you were in the presence of that vehicle, what, if any, contact did you have? What, if anything, did you do or observe Sergeant Bukhenik to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
Yeah. Sergeant Bukhenik and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
That's it.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the
believe you.
Sallyport area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sallyport Bay.
Now, as far as prior to...
He's all in. I mean, he
moving
just said, I
that
never
Sallyport
touched the
area-
taillight. So this guy is all in. It's unbelievable.
And if there's video that does show that,
That's it. He's toast.
perjury, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. No, this is amazing. This guy is not going to take the fifth on anything. He is all in. Unbelievable.
Would they really let the tow truck driver drive the murder weapon into the Sallyport,
It's hard to believe.
right?
It's hard to believe. And what they would have also done, like we talked about earlier, is said, we know you're going to take pictures. You make damn sure you get about 50 pictures of this taillight. But you know, that didn't
And you can
happen.
see in the Sallyport video that the tow truck driver does go around to the front of the car and takes a picture of the license plate.
Yep. Yep.
He
They would
must
also
take
have a
pictures of the
report.
back.
The tow truck driver would have a report noting any, dings and this and that and damage, because
Right.
the last thing is they want to get blamed for that. So
Yeah. I don't want to keep you if you have to go.
I'm not getting it. I'm going to get a haircut and give this up. No, haircuts can come anytime.
Can you get Vincenzo to come to the office and give you a little trim?
Yeah,
Just have him
no,
come to the office. We could watch you get a haircut while we do this.
no office today. As I said, I drove home from Boston, so I'm just,
Oh, I thought that is your office with the Red
No,
Sox thing in
it's
the
the
back.
home, it's the home office. Yeah.
Very nice.
area of the garage where the vehicle was. What, if anything, did you and Sergeant Bukhenik do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating it off in any way, shape?
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape, and just kind of sectioned it off with caution tape.
Now, at some point, you leave the Sallyport area, the Canton Police Station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that, is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation. They
took
weren't
a
going to
step back.
participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
He, Bukhenik said it was a partial recusal. They only recuse themselves for purposes of interviews.
God.
There's no such thing as a partial recusal. Am I wrong about that?
No, I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, obviously, if the Canton police felt they needed to step away because there was an appearance of impropriety, because this incestuous relationship with the Alberts and McCabe's and everybody knows everyone, why would anybody split that hair so fine as to say the appearance extends to interviews, but as far as anything else on the case, we're good, everyone's fine? No, if there's an appearance, there's an appearance. It makes no sense. None.
Kevin Albert was a Canton police officer, and his brother Brian owned 34 Fairview.
It makes no sense.
And how was that communicated to you and Sergeant Bukhenik?
The best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation, and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, as far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. you then become what's called a case officer for that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's
And
not
can you
leading at all.
describe, for the jury, sort of
Right,
what the duty
right,
or the role
right.
is
You become a case officer, right? Because every document that we've looked at regarding this case calls you the lead investigator, right? The lead investigator. But now, what did he call him? A case
Case officer.
of case.
Right.
And
Case
can you
agent.
just become what's called a case officer for that
Case
investigation.
officer.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Instead of saying, what is your position with regard to this investigation, which is the proper
I
question.
mean, I know there are so many bigger points to just club this guy over the head with on cross, and it will be just brutal to watch. But I mean, if you believe in the death by 1,000 cuts, or maybe starting small and building up, this is a perfect point. And why does every other internal document talk about lead investigator, this and that, but somehow during the middle of the trial, when they're trying to move away from you, you're nothing more than this case officer, whatever the hell that means. I mean,
I think they
sounds
made
like
it up.
social worker.
Purposes of this trial.
Yeah.
Case officer.
And can you describe for the jury sort of what the duty or the role is of the case officer vis-a-vis
No, we just made it up.
He's going to downplay
So
it.
essentially, a case officer is more of a facilitator.
There you
You kind of delegate out
There you
tasks,
go.
coordinate
Delegator.
interviews. The case
Coordinator.
officer isn't the sole decision maker. I
Not
have
the sole-
supervisors. I have
I am not
So
the sole.
predictable.
Not the sole. I have supervisors. This is for the first time ever we heard that Yuriy is his supervisor.
I'm just a cog in the machine and did what I was told. It has nothing to do with the fact that, the Alberts and I have exchanged babysitting. They offer me gifts. I tell them to give it to my wife. None of that has anything to do with any of this. I'm just a lowly case officer who does what Yuriy tells me to do.
And just organizing things, just, setting up facilitating the background, coordinating things. That's it.
I can't believe what must be going on in the Norfolk DA's office, that they have the degree of shame to do this and just, I mean, if they want to try the case, try it, but this is just pathetic.
They're hanging him out to dry right now. This is bad for him.
It's awful. Case law.
that we bounce ideas off of. I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort. In each
Brainstorming.
investigation, we're a
I
small
keep them
office, so
updated.
when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing, and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort
Wait a minute.
to work on.
How about when a police officer died? How about when a brother in blue is found dead? How about that?
So much so that the state police initially, if you recall the testimony, refused to take the crime scene at about 7 a.m., even though they knew there was a dead police officer on the lawn of another dead police officer, and the Canton, local guys who then had to resort to a freaking leaf blower and solo cups because the state police people would not come out.
Yep.
This is disgraceful.
We are outraged
on these cases, and essentially the case officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in. But when it comes down to decision-making time, it's a group effort.
Now,
a
with
think
reference to
tank.
that collaborative effort that you were just discussing and this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT. The one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road. Interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Bukhenik and I have shared everything we had kind of learned throughout the day as well.
Very detailed.
And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
Sergeant Bukhenik and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital, the additional sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road, and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Miss Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
Look for
The
nudes.
2 cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino, and the clothing.
Was that before or after you searched for the nudes? So you gave them to Guarino and you lay the clothing out on butcher paper, which, maybe was used to store pork before this. And that's why they found pig DNA, because, we use solo cups too.
Yeah.
Thing was laid out on top of butcher paper to dry out in our evidence intake area. And then the bagged taillight pieces were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Bukhenik and I didn't have access to the
There you go.
permanent evidence locker area. So
Somebody asked,
just volunteer. Just put it out there. Yeah, it wasn't me. I had no access to that area.
secured them in the temporary intake area.
And that leads me to my next question. As far as the area that you're talking about with regard to the clothing items and the other items that you secured beyond the cell phones, that was in a secure area of your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And by secure, I mean restricted access to the troopers within your unit, correct?
Correct. It's you need a key card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Now, following that, as far as these items of evidence and other items of evidence that are seized throughout the course of an investigation, how is it that they go, or what, if anything, is done, if you know, between the time that they go from this temporary storage area to the permanent storage area?
Yeah, I'm not an evidence officer. I never have been. My understanding is once it's in the evidence processing area, it gets put into the permanent evidence room that only, like I said, two troopers and a detective lieutenant have access to. And it's the evidence officer's responsibility to process that material when they see fit.
Just so you know, I had nothing to do with screwing up the evidence. It ain't me.
It wasn't me. We call it the Shaggy defense. It wasn't me.
If
It
you,
wasn't
if
me.
you didn't hear me the first 6 times, let me tell you the 7th time. I don't have access. It wasn't me. And I'm just a lowly case officer here with no real responsibility.
And the evidence people are going to look at it when they see fit, like a year later, February 9th of 2023, when they start putting the taillight pieces together and they photograph the clothing a year later. That's when they see fit in a murder investigation.
I'm sorry to just keep repeating myself, but I'm just stunned that this guy is not taking the fifth and is going to open himself up to being crossed on everything that's out there. Another transcript's going to be added to his already state grand jury, federal grand jury, God knows what else. I mean, this guy is just daring someone to do something with him. And this is...
Come and get me. It
Yeah.
strains credulity.
Yeah.
As I like to say.
This is nuts.
Turn your attention to February 1st of 2022. Were you working in regard to this investigation on that date as well?
Yes.
And at some point, did you have occasion to go back to the Canton Police Department, specifically in the Sallyport garage area?
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going out to the Sallyport garage on that?
Pursuant to a search warrant, we were processing Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
And when you say...
So they got the warrant sometime around February 1st, and then they start looking at it because they already seized it. They did the seizure part.
You know, it's interesting, and I don't know procedurally what happened with the 2 years that this case was pending, but what information did the defense have regarding the seizure of the vehicle, and what, if any, what if any motions to suppress were? I mean, this had to have been litigated. I mean, because the car...
I never saw a motion to suppress on this. Never saw one.
It makes me wonder. I mean, obviously, these are really skilled lawyers who know what they're doing. It makes me wonder what if this is a different story than what they were told back then. I don't know, but it's just hard for me to fathom that if these guys' story has always been, we just decided we're taking the car and took it and we'll get a warrant later. You know, you can't do that.
There's some constitutional rights issues here. I'm just,
That little pesky Fourth Amendment always gets in the way, but
we're just brainstorming here in a collaborative way. I mean, it's like what we do.
That's my call. Yeah, it's right. It was a think tank, as you said.
Who, if anyone else, was present with you, or who, if anyone else, did you contact in reference to the processing pursuant to that search warrant of the defendant's vehicle?
So we had a chemist from the State Police Lab, Ms. Maureen Hartnett, as well as a trooper from Crime Scene Services, Trooper Zachary Clark. And then later in the day, the accident recon team, Trooper Joe Paul, had arrived as well.
Now, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to Crime Scene Services section. Can you describe for the jury sort of what their role is in regard to investigations that you do and how they're sort of contacted?
So in any scene, if it's required for it to be documented, Crime Scene Services will arrive. They'll document the scene with photographs. In more serious situations, in a homicide, for instance, they'll actually take video as well as dust fingerprints.
I'm sorry. So
don't apologize.
On February 1st, it's important to have crime scene show up and take photographs and wait for it. There's going to be a photograph of the taillight, which is about 90% missing with one red piece of glass. That's the big photo, that the so-called proof that the taillight was gone. But this dope and the other ones never occurred to them to document it back when they first saw the vehicle.
No, because it's already 3 days later and they don't do that. He's just, all he does is facilitate and coordinate.
Well, but I mean, as part of the think tank, when they were think tanking this, if you will, or workshopping this in the think tank, nobody said, I have a great idea on January 29th. If we think that she hit him with the car and we're going to tow the car and we've already decided to take the car and we saw the car as he explained in the driveway, somebody ought to do something really important. Take a picture of it. I mean, hell, hold up a newspaper and give a thumbs up, do something to show the timing of it. And nobody thought of this until the crime scene unit 3 days later, after they probably cracked it in the Sallyport and then covered over the video with a second video.
Yeah. And then in really important cases, they videotape it too. You know, like dead police officer, maybe this video, maybe not. Maybe the video is proctored, as we saw.
Oh, clever.
With respect to this particular investigation, there were a number of different areas or different times when Crime Scene Services was contacted to document things, correct?
Yes.
Somebody's commenting, I'm sorry, about
no, go ahead.
The automobile exception to the search warrant, whatnot. That's different than seizing the car without probable cause and taking custody of it away from its lawful owner. Even if they had the right to search the vehicle as part of a general automobile exception on January 29th, I don't think they would have had the right, the necessary cause to do it. But certainly that's a different issue than taking it from its lawful owner and seizing it. They had no right, based on the testimony, to seize it. I don't know if they have some other authority that we haven't heard of, but you can't just take her car without any cause and then decide we'll hold it until we search it after we get a warrant. I mean, they're batting out of order here. It's something really sketchy is going on here.
We are the snark tank. Look at that think tank. We need a snark tank. You got one. You got it. You asked, you got it.
Injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
That would include the autopsy that was performed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
That would include February 1st in the Sallyport garage when the search warrant was executed on the defendant's vehicle?
Correct.
That would include subsequent searches that occurred at Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of those instances, if you know, was it ever the same trooper from Crime Scene Services section that came out and memorialized each of those respective areas?
Yeah, it was a different trooper each time.
And is that something that you or any member of your unit has any control over whatsoever as far as who shows up from Crime Scene Services to memorialize or document a scene?
No.
Now, with respect to the search warrant execution on February 1st, what I want to ask is between the time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st, had you been in that Sallyport area of the Canton Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to the taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, differences or what, if anything, do you note sort of between your observations of the taillight on the 29th versus your observations on February 1st?
Yeah, the only difference from the 29th to the 1st was snow and ice had melted from the taillight.
So as far as the condition of that particular taillight, was it in essentially the same condition that you observed it on the 29th when you observed it on the 1st?
Yes, it was still broken and large pieces missing from it.
Oh, large pieces
But as
missing.
far as the
By the way, that's
broken
perjury
status of it
count
and
number
what's still
2
missing,
if
were
you're
there any-
keeping
was it
score at
more
home, at
broken
least
or
for
any
this
more
particular
pieces
fact
missing?
pattern.
Wait, you were a little bit. Go ahead now.
He just went all in again that the condition of the taillight on February 1st was the exact same as he saw it on January 29th, except the snow had melted. And so I was saying that was perjury count number 2 if you were keeping score at home about the condition of taillight portion of the possible perjury indictment.
Yes. Count number 2. Got it.
From it when you saw it on the 1st versus when you saw it on the 29th?
No.
No more broken pieces.
And with respect to the taillight housing for that vehicle on that particular day, what, if anything, happened with it on that day, if you know?
The state police chemist, Ms. Hartnett, had it removed, which she brought to the lab herself.
So she had it removed it herself, and then physically took it with her when she left to the lab?
Yeah, I was with the assistance of a Canton police officer who had an auto body shop, so he's kind of well versed in cars, so he was able to assist the chemist with removing the housing unit.
Now, at any point in time on that day of February 1st, 2022, did you come into contact physically or otherwise with that tail light? Did you handle it in any way, shape, or
No.
form? Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, I would request to publish. Give me one moment, Your Honor.
He never has his act together. He's never got his exhibits ready.
Well, I was laughing somewhere else talking about this. That in 25 years, I had never seen a situation where a DA would show a witness that ostensibly had been prepped an exhibit that he intended to offer or show that witness, which, of course, in the real world, the witness would have viewed, initialed, and they would have practiced how this is done. And it happened to Lally twice in the span of 4 days that his own witness said, I have no idea what you're showing me. This isn't what I gave the police.
Yeah. How about that guy from the town of Canton who was handed that a DVD or CD and he's like, that's not what I gave them.
It was him and one of the criminologists or criminalists said, this isn't what I don't know what this is. It's
lack of prep.
Completely.
I bet.
Yeah, a lot of it.
Court's permission, if I could publish a portion of Exhibit 34.
Okay.
The Sallyport video.
Oh, this will be interesting.
Gentlemen, if I could have from
Is it
February 1st.
mirrored or not?
It's going to be the inverted version. Yeah. I think, right?
I mean, it has to be. That's the way it recorded, allegedly, right?
At approximately 9:12 a.m.
Oh, this is the really crappy one you can't see. Okay, so let's just point this out for starters. That if this is the interior Sallyport camera, it's white font on the bottom where the time is, and the mirrored video that we saw had blue font on the bottom.
So this is the one that should show that should be the right rear taillight. This is what we think is the real one.
Right. So this would be right here.
Yes. This
but
is
it's just such crappy quality. I can't really see much of anything. 9/11. This is on February 1st.
If I may, it may be easier and more visible with this particular video with the lights on.
Okay.
Try that.
Sure.
Trooper Proctor, directing your attention to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 34. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, that's the Sallyport area, Canton Police Department, and Miss Reed's Lexus kind of roped off with yellow caution tape.
And this is the execution of that search warrant that you were speaking about before, as far as your presence and some of the other members of the state police and the state police lab that you were talking about.
Correct.
And this gentleman, if you could run it from here for just a few minutes. So while this is going, if I could just ask a couple questions as far as people within this video, do you recognize anyone in this video?
Yeah, myself, kind of the top of the screen. Trooper Zach Clark, we the one with the camera taking photographs of the vehicle.
Now, with reference to this video from the Sallyport garage of the Canton Police Department, what, if anything, did you learn over the course of this in regard to how that video is recorded or how it's, what, if anything, sort of activates that video?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Lowe.
As far as this video is concerned, is this one continuous time frame that we're looking at, or how is it?
Objection.
Sustain.
Well, it just went from 9/11 to 9/18.
My
in the span of a
understanding, it's
second.
motion
That
active.
means you can't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can ask it different.
I'm not sure there was anything said.
No.
Oh, all right. I'll strike if there was anything. But Mr. Lally, just ask a question, please.
With respect to this video, as far as the recording is set up, how is that activated, or how does it record?
Objection. Same question.
Yeah. How does he know that?
Yeah, but you got to lay a foundation, sir.
Have you watched this video or other videos from the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to timing? As far there is a timestamp on the video, is that correct?
He's not qualified
Yes.
to do
What, if
this.
anything, did you note with
He's
regard
not an
to
IT guy.
timestamp on this
Yeah.
He doesn't even work out of Canton PD. He has an office in Canton somewhere else with MSP. He doesn't know anything about this. He's the wrong witness for this.
Just because he might have seen another video where it jumps means he knows that it's motion censored. Why didn't they ask the IT nerd this when he was there a week or two ago, or somebody like him? If this is a big deal for them, she'll let it in though. I mean,
Of course,
she,
you know, any sort of authentication or any real witness to authenticate anything.
video or the other videos that you observed with regard to how time moves throughout the video?
The timestamp on the video tends to pause, indicating it's motion activated.
It tends to pause. I'll strike it.
They're not frozen. There's always movement happening here. It makes no sense.
no.
It went from 9/11 to 9/22 in about 30 seconds.
It just skipped right there. You can see it. I'm still, what is the purpose of this video? To show that they took pictures. I'm not sure I would be accentuating that if I were him. Given
On February 1st, no
Right.
less.
Exactly. Like, why couldn't you have done this days before? I don't,
3 days after you seized the car without a warrant.
I feel like there's just no strategic in his brain. There's just no strategic analysis.
With
of what he's
regard
doing.
to that tail light that was then taken by Ms. Hartnett to the lab, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point that was returned to the custody of the state police, your detective unit?
Correct.
And do you have that taillight housing with you today in court?
I do.
Oh.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the trooper could retrieve that.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Probably be easier that
Is it going to be held together with
Sorry, you can
scotch
say
tape?
How is
Is he going to put gloves on? Oh, I can't wait. This is great.
how is this helping them?
I don't know what side Lally's on anymore.
Yes.
I mean, it's wonderful that they can show you a taillight and it's
I recognize that to be the housing unit.
It's kind of after the fact. It really doesn't matter what it looks like today.
Exactly. Or even what it looked like on the first. How did
Right.
it look when you took the vehicle out of the driveway in Dighton without a warrant? When you seized that vehicle, what was
You
the
know,
condition of the taillight?
When this guy, I mean, he said, I never touched the taillight. I never did anything, blah, blah, blah. What is he going to say when he's confronted on both videos that Jackson had earlier? Number one, where you're kind of like the inverted video creeping around back there. What are you doing if you're not touching it?
Mm-hmm.
And then the other video, can you tell us, when the video comes back on and you're standing right there, what did you do for the 40 minutes prior to that? And I guess he's going to say, oh, nothing. I don't remember. I was
Moseying, poking around,
yeah, it's
cutting through.
cannot believe
As
this.
far as your recognizing of the housing unit, is there any sort of denotation or anything on the outside of that box indicating what's contained therein?
There's a State Police Crime Lab sticker with the number associated with it. It also indicates fragile and evidence tape that is initialed and dated as well when it's sealed up. And it's the sticker also says passenger side TA, indicating taillight.
TA means taillight?
Yeah.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would.
Taillight, you know, taillight.
I'd, if you say so.
Want it out of the box first, Mr. Jackson?
We could just take a quick look at it.
Sure.
Sure.
With the court's permission, if
Yeah.
He's got gloves on. Oh. Anticipation.
This is
Oh, see, he holds the scissors like a preschooler. They teach you that in preschool.
yeah.
Somebody said, I wish a Jack in the Box would have popped out.
Oh my God, this guy.
Make sure to crinkle the paper as much as you possibly can right in front of the microphone because we're living for it. If you just tuned in, this is the Michael Proctor. Not pleading the fifth to anything. And we're up to 2 counts of perjury so far that can be shown.
Well, that's it. She's guilty. There's the taillight. That, you know, we're done here.
That's it. Hang her. She's a witch.
Thank you, sir.
Where are the red
Go
pieces?
ahead and put that back in the box. Thank you very much.
I'm not seeing any red pieces. I thought they put it back together.
Yeah, I thought we saw a picture of that too.
Did all the red pieces fall up in the bag?
Or was that the inside piece because it's the housing? I don't know. I'm not a car guy, so it's.
Look at the judge trying to be so smiley.
Put it on the bag.
She's like, how am I supposed to mark this, Your Honor?
We're going to mark it twice, folks. We're going to mark the bag within the box, and we'll mark the box as well.
Okay.
Nancy.
I'm sorry, Trooper, if you could hand that to Madam Bederow.
Sorry, hold on. So it's going to be 544 and 544A.
Remember how all the exhibits were marked pre-trial and then she insisted on having everything
that up.
remarked?
Yeah.
What? Like, why? And look, she got to talk into the CPAP machine and mark the exhibits. So when people are speaking over her marking the exhibits, she has to do 2 things at once. It's like she's a magician.
This court reporter runs that. I love it. She just runs
with
this
respect
place.
to that
Here,
item,
by the
this is
way, and I don't like, I'm not trying to give a plug, but if you like parody Twitter accounts and whatnot,
Yes.
there's this Madam Court Reporter parody account.
Mm-hmm.
It is hilarious.
On TikTok?
On Twitter, whatever it is, X, Twitter, and it's funny. Check it out. It's funny.
Madam Corber. I don't have Twitter, but
Yeah.
some of these people like cross
It may be
onto
cross-platform, but it
Instagram. We
is-
watched earlier an audition to play Judge Bev that someone did. And the viewer's sister is in, I think sister or cousin, is in the chat saying, that's my sister. She's actually a medium. Her name is also Maureen. And she does like an audition to play Judge Bev. And it's hilarious. Played that earlier. Can't make it up.
Marked as evidence is that.
And she should get the part.
Yeah.
Essentially the condition that you observed it in both on January 29th and February 1st. Yes.
What?
Yes.
Your Honor.
How could it
with
be?
the court's
I thought it was put back together.
I thought it was put back together too, but I guess what he's trying to say is that what he just looked at, which is all white, missing the red pieces, is what I saw in the parking lot at Karen Reed's parents' house. That the local cop, who has no axe to grind, said there was a dent, but it was not nearly whatever. And there's no dent there. It's just missing red pieces everywhere.
Right.
So
He said there was a dent in the car in the court. I think on the quarter panel, but he said that there was a little piece or a piece missing from the tail light, but it was not completely smashed.
I'm going to go ahead for my scorecard at home, call that potential perjury count number 3.
All right. We're up to 3.
That can't be what he saw based upon what we learned from the other cop and common sense and presumably God knows what else the defense has coming here.
But there's no red left at all. Really? I didn't. Did you see any red? A little tiny piece?
Tiny little piece.
And he's going to say he is saying that is what it looked like in the driveway in Dighton.
He just basically said, when I saw her car, that's what I saw. A whole tail light, or 95% of the tail light just gone.
All the red, except for one little piece. Okay.
Permission, if I could ask, just to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 147.
Okay.
There it is.
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's
there
up on
it
the screen
is.
that's been marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
that is the right taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV. And you can see large pieces of it are missing.
Again, is that in the same condition that you observed it both on February 1st, as well as January 29th, obviously minus the snow and the ice?
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sir, yes.
Number 4.
Yep.
Number 4.
That's 4.
It's not what the Dighton police officer said. Certainly wasn't in that condition.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, Mr. Officer. You can have the lights back up. Thank you.
I want to know what the jury's doing right now. They're just shaking their head.
Well, here's the
attention
thing,
to-
again, the whole strategy thing, and this is the punishment Lally gets for holding this guy off until 6 weeks, where he lets his case get destroyed, lets Proctor get beat up, all this other evidence comes in. The jury already thinks the guy's a disaster. And if that's not bad enough, the day he decides to finally unleash this guy is after his supervisor, partner, or whatever you want to call the guy, basically says, yes, that's him by the taillight in the inverted, screwed up video. And after the most honest police witness by far in the case just basically contradicted everything he said. And then Lally says, this is a good moment right after that guy gets off the stand to call Proctor to basically just bury himself. I mean, honestly, if you're Lally or you want to be critical of him, which I will be, how does he not understand that he's suborning perjury? I mean, how does he in good faith not look in the mirror and say, what am I doing here? I either believe the Dighton cop or I believe all the state police Canton cops, but not both. So what was his purpose in calling the Dighton cop? I don't get this at all.
Why would you just don't call him?
Just don't call him.
You didn't have to call him.
The defense can call him. I mean, I think he would have had to tell the defense about him. I mean, the guy is an exculpatory witness for sure, but I'm not sure why you're calling him to establish that my next witness is going to contradict him. And that's the famous Michael Proctor, who is, the alleged corrupt of corrupt here.
Close family ties to the Alberts, who searched her phone for nudes, wished she would kill herself.
And,
and is under internal affairs investigation.
And my wife, you can talk to her about, getting her a nice gift.
You get my wife a gift. Thank you gift on the day the Karens arraigned. That's good.
It's just like prosecutorial suicide, what they're doing. I don't understand this at all.
Nobody put a stop to it. Here we sit.
February 3rd of 2022. In the morning hours of that date, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Sergeant Bukhenik, Trooper David Achico, and myself
somebody's commenting on, Proctor must have a deal. That's why he's doing this. No, he would not be testifying for the prosecution in the state murder case against Karen Reed if he had a federal deal. There's no way that the feds believe this is what happened or they wouldn't be investigating. So that can't be. He's gone rogue here. He's on his own. there's no way that he could have a deal unless he tells the feds the truth. And there's no way they think the truth is that the taillight looked like he's describing it. No chance.
Right. Right. He'd have to tell the truth. Exactly.
Which this would not be what the feds would believe the truth is, obviously.
Of Fairview Road, along with Trooper Evan Brandt from Crime Scene Services, to essentially dig out the snow in pursuit for more evidence.
Pursuit. More evidence may have
Now, as
revealed
far as
itself.
you mentioned as far as dig out the snow in pursuit of
For 2 weeks.
other evidence.
And she was arraigned on
What,
on
if any,
February
tools or
2nd. This is the
implements,
day after
did
her
you and the other
arraignment.
troopers bring with you in order to effectuate that on February 3rd?
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And with respect
From your own
to
garage?
that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Road, and let me clarify as far as that's concerned. Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2022, had you been to 34 Fairview Road at any point in time in the course of your investigation?
No,
So that morning of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went.
correct.
He's got to stick with Morrissey's story. You guys got to make it out like Morrissey did not make that up when he did that hostage video. Oh, you just froze for a second. Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. No, I lost you for about 30 seconds or so.
Did you hear what he just said? That the first time he ever went to 34 Fairview, it was on February 3rd. Like he's sticking to the script about Morrissey. I'll take it back.
Yep.
With you in order to effectuate that on February 3rd.
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And
brought from
with
home.
respect to that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Road, and let me clarify as far as that's concerned. Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2022, had you been to 34 Fairview Road at any point in time in the course of your investigation?
No,
So that morning of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went.
His eyes.
Correct.
Giving it away.
Sticking to
Now,
Morrissey's
with
script.
respect to
The body language people aren't going to like this.
Is
He's
that-
looking up. He's
how many
closing his
times,
eyes. He's
did
blinking
you
fast.
go to the area of 34 Fairview Road over the course of the next sort of days and weeks in regard to potential recovery of items?
So February 3rd, I retrieved items on the 8th, the 11th, and 18th, and we was out there on the 10th with Sergeant Bukhenik as well.
Now, as far as any of those occasions that you just described, that you went to the area of 34 Fairview Road, on any of those occasions, were you by yourself?
No,
And with respect to those other occasions, what type of people or who was with you? I know you've mentioned on the 3rd, but beyond the 3rd, those other occasions that you described, who was with you?
on the 18th, I believe it was Trooper DeChico, based on the handwriting on the evidence bag, kind of recognized his handwriting. And the other 2 dates, I don't recall who was out there with me.
Now, with respect to items that were located, starting with the 3rd, do you recall specifically what, if any, items were located on the 3rd?
We located a black drinking straw, consistent with the one seen in the waterfall video of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the bar holding the glass. We located his hat that had the American flag that was deep underneath the snow. As we were digging, we discovered that. We further discovered other pieces of plastic as well.
Now, as far as these return trips on successive dates to 34 Fairview Road, what was the reasoning behind that, or what was sort of the plan in reference to why were there so many different dates that you returned to 34 Fairview Road with other troopers?
So after the 29th, it was close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen. And in the days and weeks that had followed, the temperatures ranged from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees. And there was about a half a dozen days mixed in of, heavy rain. So as the snow started to melt, more evidence started to present itself.
Reveal itself.
I
There were
can't.
items that you recovered on the 3rd.
They're using the same terminology. This is just how they talk. Evan, I mean, is this a common thing in the Massachusetts State Police that evidence just reveals itself?
Did he say reveal? I think he's trying to use a different word so it doesn't sound so rehearsed.
But it sounds, maybe the words are different, but it sounds like the same weird language. It reveals itself. It presents itself out of the magic of melting.
Yeah. It's the magical mystery tour of Canton.
Third, and then items you recovered on successive dates that weren't visible or you didn't see on the 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could, keeping you on February 3rd, you mentioned that there was a Trooper Evan Brent that was present with you during the search on that day as well.
Yes.
Now, in addition to going to 34 Fairview Road, where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to 1 Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And is that the first time that you had been to 1 Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there's no damage to it, as well as the garage doors.
To show there was no
Why did
damage
you
to
want
it.
to
Is that
document that?
confirmation bias or what?
You just stole my thunder. We wanted.
Sorry.
No.
You go. You take it. Softball.
That's unbelievable the way he phrased that, as opposed to following the evidence, see what's out there. He says we wanted to go there to make sure we could show that his vehicle had no more damage, and they're falling into the trap because, I mean, this is the kind of thing that they could bring out in a summation and say, does that sound like the kind of guy who would do the taillight and make sure they find evidence? Because he knew right away because of the shoe, and it led to this and it led to that. What a dumb thing to say. And, we took her phone, we took the car, we had to go make sure we could document his car had no damage. I mean, there's no integrity where they're just going where the evidence leads them.
And how did they know that his car would have no damage unless they had already looked at the video of her backing into it? Like, she didn't say she knew she backed into his car. She said she thought she hit something and cracked her taillight. So right away, he's telling us that he knew that it was his car, and therefore he had to go there to make sure it didn't have damage. I just want to take that back a second.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And what was the date of this?
February
You had
3rd.
been to 1 Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's. And is that did yourself and to going to 30 during the search on February 3rd? You mentioned that there was a Trooper Evan Brent that was present with
February
you,
3rd?
during the search on that day as well.
After her arraignment.
Now, in addition to
The first
going
time he
to
went to 34 and then Meadows was on February 3rd.
Right, which is after she's already been arraigned and arrested.
Yep.
Where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to 1 Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And is that the first time that you had been to 1 Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there's no damage to it.
To show
as
there
well
was
as the
no
garage
damage.
doors.
And why did you want to document that?
During the review of Mr. O'Keefe's ring video, particularly the one above the garage that displays the driveway, on the 29th at approximately 5:07 a.m., Miss Reed's pulling her vehicle out of the garage door, backing up towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we wanted to at least go document that there was no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car.
Not document whether there was damage. And how did they access the ring video?
Well, that's an interesting question. And he just said or conceded it might have hit, but we had to go document that it didn't damage. I mean, back to your confirmation bias. And again, making sure we have the proof we need. He's making it clear that he's the kind of guy that the defense will argue is willing to play with the taillight and sprinkle the lawn with this. I mean, the way he talks, even now when he's trying to project himself as this good, honest cop, he's so biased without even knowing it. It says he just has no self-awareness in terms of how he sounds here.
How did they access the ring footage without a warrant? I mean, he's telling us that he looked in John O'Keefe's phone and accessed the ring video, because how else would he get it? I mean, are you allowed to look at a decedent's phone?
You still
without
have
a warrant? I mean,
no, I mean, you still have to, I mean, you would get one, it's not like anybody's going to not let you do it, but there's no, I died exception to just looking through stuff.
Right.
I mean, like when there are crime scenes, they still have to get warrants to do that. I mean, if somebody gets murdered in their own home, the cops can't just break down the door after the fact and go in. They get a warrant. I mean, they'll get it, but you follow protocol. And they just, at least there's no evidence that they did once again here. It's bizarre. And this is just direct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that for the jury as far as what's been marked as Exhibit 6, video 153.
Okay.
This will be a good place for us to catch up because we've seen this video 100 times. But we'll watch it again.
With regard to this ring video, how was this obtained, if you know?
Yeah, please.
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant.
Right over how, why.
And then he says, and then I wrote a search warrant. Did you hear that? Listen.
Search warrant Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
Then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself. Wrote one. He didn't obtain one. He just wrote it. Doesn't a judge have to sign a search warrant? Am I insane?
No, you're not insane.
Can he just write a search warrant himself and just send it off?
I think he's just being inarticulate. He probably, I mean, even this guy must know that. He swears out a warrant, judge rubber stamps it, and off he goes. But, the other interesting thing is, I believe in Massachusetts, and the Massachusetts lawyers can correct me on this, they generally have, like with Fourth Amendment stuff, kind of like an automatic standing. If you're ultimately the one who's aggrieved, even if you, like in New York, for example, she would have no standing to complain about an improper search of John O'Keefe's phone. I think in Massachusetts, there are exceptions to it, so I don't want to overstate it, but it's not inconceivable that someone like Karen Reed could, even though she's not the aggrieved party in the search in certain circumstances, has a right to argue that it was illegal.
Interesting. Somebody said that Kevin Reddington is in the courtroom. I forget who he represents in this case, but I think you're right. I think somebody said he represents Brian Walsh, and I think he does represent Brian Walsh.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
And as far as the videos that you received from Ring, did they match what was on what was viewable being the Ring app on Mr. O'Keefe's cell?
The videos on Mr. O'Keefe's app, yes, it was what Ring produced, matched.
So as far as any videos that were present that you received pursuant to the search warrant, or any videos that were not present, that was consistent with what you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's app on his phone?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could press play through here.
Except for the ones I deleted, he should say. The one of her coming home.
Now, Trooper Proctor, with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the point from this video, are you able to discern who the operator of that vehicle is?
Based off the attire, Miss Reed driving.
Now, with respect to when...
How could, okay, I can't, I can't, but I see a lot of red in that taillight. I'm seeing a lot of red in that taillight.
Yeah.
That vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, if you could, there's a laser pointer up there in front of you on the desk. If you could, I would just ask you to draw the jury's attention to what, if any, vehicles you observe in this video and whose vehicles you believe them.
So right there, it's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and Miss Reed's vehicle.
Now, as far as when those vehicles come close or come into contact with each other, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe like on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at the time?
There's some snow you can see on the back window here, the bumper and the windows here is starting to be covered in snow.
And as far as when that vehicle comes close to or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, do you observe the snow to come off of the car at that point?
I do not know.
Now, with reference to the back area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, specifically in the area of the ground, As far as that area on the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in reference to any red pieces or any pieces of taillight or plastic or glass or anything in that area that you observed on this video?
So
the
this
video.
area here is, you can see the white snow. There's no red pieces of taillight, which would show up in the contrast of the white snow.
Canton PD couldn't find the red pieces of taillight in the white snow, and they were on scene, not looking at a video. Break.
Now, as far as the damage area that you were discussing previous that you observed in the January 29th in the Sallyport, February 1st in the Sallyport, and then the item that was just marked as evidence. What, if anything, do you observe in the right rear passenger side taillight area of the defendant's vehicle?
You really want to highlight
You
this?
can see the inconsistent lighting. If you compare it to the left versus the right, there's a gap right there.
Okay. You could, there certainly isn't all the red missing. And it depends on whether or not she's got her brake lights on. That light is going to change. And you can't even compare that to the left side because it's a different angle. Am I wrong? Am I crazy?
No, I think you're absolutely right. I can't believe they would use this as their version of the aha moment to show you this guy's right. This is, wow.
It's an awful lot of red there. That is not the same taillight, sir, that you just pulled out of that bag to show us.
But once again, this illustrates just how ill-conceived this all is. I mean, they're asking you to look at a freeze frame of a Ring video from a distance that you can't even really zoom or fix, when all they had to do is take a freaking picture of the taillight in the driveway when you first saw it during the daylight hours. And they don't have it, so they're using this. And this doesn't help them. I mean, in the best case scenario, you look at it, maybe it looks a little different at a different angle, who knows? But there's an awful lot of red there, which is not in the taillight housing you just put in front of the jury 20 minutes ago. Doesn't
It's
match.
like they're reverse engineering.
Yeah.
Their evidence.
And for what you observed from that video, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed on January 29th at the Canton Police Department, February 1st, and in the item of evidence that was just
Here
marked?
comes count
Yes.
5.
6.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you
6.
can
I
take
missed
that
it.
down.
Right.
You missed one when you were frozen.
Thank you.
Paul O'Keefe, he's like,
You know, it's almost like
So you proceed.
gaslighting the jury by trying to convince them that this must show what they claim it shows, when you can see much more red than you see in the taillight housing, but they're so confident in saying it all matches. It feels like a form of trying to make you think you're crazy.
gaslighting. I've been saying gaslighting the entire trial, and I thank you for validating me. I feel so
Yeah.
validated today. I would like you to come on every day and validate me.
That's what it feels like. I mean, they're stating it with such confidence that, what do they think? The jurors are going to say, well, if they're so confident, it must be.
The same way they showed us that mirrored video and said it's a fair and accurate representation of the way that that car looked in the Sallyport, when that was the driver's side, and to us it looks like the passenger side.
This is
Bad faith?
insanity, totally. And the fact that Lally is the one setting this up for him to identify it in this way has to mean, I mean, he endorses this 100%. He told him he's going to do this. And I agree with you. And the problem with Lally, I mean, one of the problems, I should say, there's quite a few.
Just one.
This is the other thing I was saying somewhere else last week. This guy sacrificed all of his credibility. I mean, with this fiasco with the video. So at this point, to the extent you're even willing to listen to him without, just because it's so boring and all of that, why would you take anything he claims at face value when he just tried to snooker you with the video without telling you that we're hiding the same taillight I want you to look at here? I mean, he has zero credibility. And that's part of the fundamental problem with these little cheesy gaslighting experiments he's doing. They don't want to listen to you because you misled them.
Yeah. It's unfathomable.
It's
really egregious. Contumacious. Willful.
One Meadows Ave for the first time on February 3rd, is that correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Brent from Crime Scene was with you and took some photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We have photographs. Well, this is new. They're going to have to mark them, and he's not going to be able to find them anyway, so we have some time here.
He got a haircut. Now I feel bad about missing mine. I mean, it looks like Lally got a haircut.
No, he has the little baby shark hairdo. Look at your baby shark. Like when your kid's little and they put the bubble bath in their head in the bathtub and they have no hair.
Trooper, just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to?
The first picture is the front door of Mr. O'Keefe's house, and it's also Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse.
And approach on.
So they took pictures of John's car.
Introduced and admitted as the next 10 exhibit.
Great.
Well, this is also an incredible thing for the defense, because I took pictures of O'Keefe's car because it was important to show the lack of damage to help my case. But when I should have had evidence to support my case from Karen Reed's car, nobody took pictures.
No, silly. Oh, touching the face. That's a sign of
Yeah, no, he looks
mistruths to come.
He looks pretty beat down.
Witness needs a bucket, maybe a little garbage pail.
That's a large bottle of water he brought with him too.
What did you see Bukhenik the other day pulling out his Yeti with the Marines logo on it?
Yeah.
Putting it right towards the jury.
Yeah.
Semper Fi.
Just have permission to publish just a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7752. Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's now been marked as exhibit 546.
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse vehicle.
And with respect to this particular foreground here, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at there.
So that is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway. You see two garage doors there that lead into the house. And above those garage doors is the ring camera.
Now, with respect to the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, from your viewing of the video from Exhibit 6, from the ring video, video number 153, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where it is on this vehicle that there's contact, if any, between this Reed's vehicle.
Is it mirrored? Like, I don't even know, but
it would have been in this general area here.
this
Is
is
this
like
in
a dent
evidence?
over here.
Is this even in evidence?
Yeah.
What's the, hold on.
Maybe approach, please.
Okay.
Did he admit these?
Yeah. This is not even,
When are these from? How do we even know?
we don't know. And the car's not in the same position that it was in when she allegedly maybe sort of hit it.
When you take a picture and admit it, and it's important to show part of a timeline, you've got to establish the date and time it was taken. I mean, this could have been taken at any.
7752.
Let's take it back and just see if he
Permission to
says,
publish just a few.
I think they stepped him in. Let me see.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just
I
have
guess.
permission.
I mean,
Yes, Mr.
It's
O'Keefe's
kangaroo
Chevy.
court. It's just
So
there's
that
no-
is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway.
I see a
You
dent
see
here.
two garage doors there
Lower
that
right
lead
side.
into the house.
Yeah.
Viewing of the video, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to
Oh, and then they broke. I think they went to a sidebar. But again, the absence of damage to his car does not mean that her car didn't strike it. It's almost like they've been playing defense the entire time.
O'Keefe's residence on February 3rd, 2022. You had occasion to make observations of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, is that correct?
Well,
Correct.
the other thing that you would expect them to do from the DA side is, again, assuming the jurors are like me and they're not car people, is measure the height of the damage on her car, the light. Where would that have stricken his car? And is there any projectile? Is it the windshield wiper thing? Is it the little, whatever you call that thing that juts out the back, the spoiler or whatever the hell it's called? And, kind of match up the sizing of the car. I mean, it seems to me you'd have to do that to make the point they're trying to make.
Yeah, so I think the supposed date here is the 3rd, which is the first time that he goes to One Meadow. So I guess this is supposed to be February 3rd.
Right.
Observe to the driver's side rear area of the vehicle.
I didn't observe any significant damage.
Significant damage. He didn't observe any significant damage. He didn't say he didn't observe any damage. Choice of words are important here.
Adjectives. He's using his adjectives. What do they say? You unpack your adjectives? I mean,
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Schoolhouse Rock, that whole thing.
Three is
but
the magic number.
That's a good one. It is very interesting, though. What does that mean? Significant damage. So, in other words, there's damage.
Just wasn't significant enough for me to take a picture of.
The jury is not going to be made of physics experts who will understand the speed and force and the collision like some science nerd could tell you whether you would even expect it or not. I mean, who knows?
As far as the entirety of the vehicle, that was all photographed on that day by Trooper Brent, is that correct?
Yes,
And memorialized in those photographs that were just presented to you, is that correct?
correct.
As far as your observations on that day or in those photographs, what if any damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
I did not observe any damage.
First, it was no significant damage. Now it's no damage.
So there's another 8 photographs that I placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those 8 photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
More photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well as the garage doors.
9 photographs of his vehicle, 0 of hers. Right?
Yep.
No objection.
And they'll spin that. I mean, the tunnel vision and how quick they were to show anything that would help Karen Reed, they don't have any proof of, or they didn't document, but anything that would certainly harm her, they were perfect.
All over it. They're all over it.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in 559.
The rear bumper area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle,
That's the driver's side or the passenger side?
the driver's side.
And what if any
I'm not a car guy either, but do you see some scuff marks over here on the bumper? Little scuff.
Little bit.
Little scuff right here. But, he's going to gaslight us into thinking we don't see that.
But I mean, to me, I don't, given the height and the angles of the cars,
Right.
I don't know where the collision would be at the bumper level. If something's sticking out, I don't know.
I think it would be higher than that. Right.
I would think so. I mean, I'm not qualified to really know, but we don't know, and they're not telling us, which is, I mean, this is just a picture that means nothing without context.
from that area of the vehicle on February 3rd when you were there?
No damage.
Now, with respect, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7780. Next one, actually. And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as Exhibit 560?
Yes, those are the 2 garage doors of Mr. O'Keefe's house.
Nice garage doors.
Taking up on that screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's garage doors on February 3rd?
Yes.
And with respect to those garage doors, what if any damage did you note or observe on those garage doors at any point when you were there on February 3rd?
I did not observe any damage to the garage doors.
Didn't they say at one point the garage doors wouldn't close?
Yeah, I don't understand why any of this matters.
Smoke and mirrors.
Now, Trooper Proctor, subsequent dates following February 3rd, specifically February 8th, 11th, and 18th. Did you have occasion to return to 34 Fairview Road on those days?
I did.
And you had mentioned a little bit about sort of changes in the weather. What, if anything, sort of evolved as far as the weather was concerned between the dates of February 3rd when you were there and February 8th, 11th, and 18th?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the weather pattern had kind of fluctuated from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees with a handful of days of heavy rain mixed in. So that caused a lot of snow to melt as well.
And with respect to each of those respective days of February 8th, 11th, and 18th, what, if anything, did you observe or recover, you and the other troopers that were present on those days?
Yeah, it was further evidence that was originally buried under the snow because of the warm temperature and the rain and the snow melting kind of revealed itself. More pieces of plastic clearing red.
Revealed himself.
Now, with respect to the residents at 34 Fairview Road.
You know what? I mean, obviously, I don't know which of these lawyers is doing the cross. I would guess Jackson, but they're both more than capable. I mean, they're both really good. I'd like to see them note the exact language and, let him and Yuriy say that they didn't talk. This is similar to the butt dials. Okay.
Yeah.
How everybody, uses the word butt dials where not everybody does. Pocket dials, butt dials. But all of the McCabe's and Alberts are, using a butt dial as an excuse. They all call it a butt dial. These guys are talking about evidence revealing itself in the same way, unless that's just a term of art they have in the Massachusetts State Police when they find evidence days later that helps their case.
I can't wait till
Really?
he says my memory's exhausted. That'll be the
Oh
next thing he's going to say. Then we
God.
really have to drink.
Really?
Where in relation to the house were these items observed and recovered by you and the other troopers on those respective days?
So if you're looking at 34 Fairview, looking at the front of the house, it's to the left side of the property between like the flagpole and kind of the fire hydrant in that general area, the front and left of the property.
Now, with regard to these 3 subsequent dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, these items that were observed and recovered on those dates, where were they in relation to the roadway? Where were they in relation to the hydrant, the flagpole, other sort of markers in the area?
I don't specifically remember exactly if they were around the flagpole because the CERT team had came and shoveled an area around. So
Let me speed this up a
that
little.
stuff
so we
had
can
melted
kinda
first
catch
because there was
up.
a lot less snow, and then they created more piles. But as far as the general area was by the flagpole and fire hydrant, it wasn't like on the other side of the property. It was in that general area.
And just with respect to those items, were they generally found, or were they specifically found either on the grass or the roadway area?
Grass area.
Asphalt or grass is basically what
I'm sorry, grass area.
And with regard to each of those items that were recovered on those 3 successive dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, did you bring those items with you to court today as well?
I did.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
You recognize that bag, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's an evidence bag containing 3 smaller evidence bags.
And with the court's permission, if you could.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Go ahead.
With the court's permission, may the witness remove the 3
Why,
small
why
bags.
is he doing this? They already did the taillight pieces through the other guy. Why do you want to just subject him to making the other one look inconsistent? They're not going to match. And of course, he's subject to perjury charges for if it's a lie. I mean, if I were his lawyer, I'd be telling the DA, really need to have this guy do this given the trouble that he's already potentially in.
Right. Oh, the crinkling.
Session, if I could ask you to please open the bag with respect to February 8th first. What if any indication is there as to the contents there?
It says taillight, 1 large piece of plastic, color red, 1 small piece of red plastic, and 1 piece of black plastic. Located 34 Fairview Road, front lawn, left side.
Thanks, sir.
Why is this sealed if they opened this the other day? Right? This is what
Yeah.
we heard from Yuriy.
And he's using a scissor.
Right. Did they reseal it once it was already admitted in evidence, or is this other taillight pieces?
I'm so confused.
I don't understand. I mean, once it's in evidence, the court should have it. Is this other taillight pieces?
Oh, he's just going to.
It's other taillight pieces. It's red plastic.
Thanks, sir. You can
And
place those back in the bag.
black.
I'm off to seek introducing the next exhibit.
Yeah, I guess that's the molding to the light. I get like the edge of it.
563.
Who knows?
Sir, if I could ask you just to retrieve the bag that's marked, retrieve the bag of items that were seized on February 11th.
Seized on February 11th. They seized it. It revealed itself, but then they seized it.
So it's 2 on the 11th. This one is described as glass fragments. I can't tell how many pieces. It's been taped over. The second bag from the 11th says 3 pieces of clear plastic, 5 pieces of red plastic.
And with the court's permission, may the witness remove those items from the bag.
Right.
So gentle in his technique here. It's interesting. Just rip the bag open. Let's
Right,
go.
So, Madam Clerk, are you moving to introduce it?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, any objection? We can go ahead and open it.
object, but I don't know what's going
Go ahead and open it.
Yes, Your Honor. These items appear to be just further on sealed up and wrapped up and
Okay.
Do you want him to open every one, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, approach.
Yes.
Yes, that far.
Well, I guess we know who's doing the cross. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so go.
I don't need a motion. No objection.
For anybody who's over there waiting in the afternoon stream, I just put a message in there to come over to this stream because we're not going to teleport over until we're done with this one.
The smaller bag will be 5.
And open another bag.
Sir, if you could, put those-
Giant pieces. Canton PD couldn't find those because they're incompetent.
Your Honor, call multiple introduced in the minutes of the next exhibit. Lastly, sir, with their witness.
Yes.
How does a light shatter hitting a human being at 24 miles an hour? And then he doesn't have a giant,
Bumper mark on his body somewhere.
something. I mean, a broken rib, punctured lung, something where the point of impact.
Wow, these are huge. Canton PD really sucks.
Thank you, sir. If you could return those items to the back.
And meanwhile, Barros said
Exhibit 566.
one piece was missing.
Dented even, just pushed in, right?
I don't know if he meant there was a dent in the vehicle, the body of the vehicle, or there was a dent in the taillight. I thought he meant there was a dent in the
With
vehicle.
regard to each of those items from
I
February.
thought he meant that the light was like pushed in and maybe, because
Oh.
remember, what's her face? Harry, the one that was with McCabe,
Kerry Roberts.
she talked about similar to what the cop said, that there was like one shard that was kind of pushed in and sticking out like a jagged edge. That's not so inconsistent with what the cop today was saying.
Maybe
but
that's what he meant.
very inconsistent with what this guy is saying and what he claims he found later.
Kerry Roberts even went so far as to say there was a piece of metal sticking out and she was worried that someone would get their sleeve caught on it.
Exactly. Which I think that means the taillight piece like went in, like as if it was a dent. It broke and went in, which I think is what polycarbonate does, as opposed to
shatter or explode. Right.
8th, 10th, and 11th. Excuse me. 8th, 11th, and 18th. Those are all items that you recovered from the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was just displayed to the jury is that essentially the condition that they were in when you recovered them on those respective days.
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention just briefly regarding the search warrants in regard to the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house. Was that one search warrant or more than one search warrant that you did in respect to those ring videos?
There was a second search warrant for the ring videos for Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And if you recall, what was the general time frame that was asked for in that warrant as far as from what date to what date?
The second one, I believe, was January 30th to the 3rd or the 4th, I believe.
Was the first one essentially from the 24th to the 29th?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the video that you received in regard to the first search warrant to Ring, what kind of information did you receive from Ring as far as what beyond sort of the video itself? What, if any, other information did you receive as far as accounts or activity or anything like that?
It was just confirming that the user account was under Mr. O'Keefe's email, and then there was an Excel file where you kind of have to transcribe. So each video has about a 17-digit number associated with it, unique identifier. You take that 17-digit number and you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Now, with respect to what you received pursuant to the search warrant from Ring, was there any kind of activity log? And what I mean by that, what, if any, information did you receive as far as what sort of devices or how many different devices were able to access that footage?
Yeah, I wasn't able to obtain a activity log of who was using the device, what device was accessing the system. Something, if someone logged in, was not provided with any record of who was logging in and what day or time.
Now, are you familiar with the term, just as far as videos are concerned, or electronic devices, what's referred to as a digital footprint?
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of these, or the Ring videos in totality that you received and that you also viewed pursuant to the app on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, were there certain time periods where you would have expected to see video in which there was no?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury sort of when those time periods were?
So the Ring camera above Mr. O'Keefe's garage, pretty sensitive. So it does not have Miss Reed arriving back at Mr. O'Keefe's house around 12:34 a.m. is approximately was when she should have arrived. The only video.
She should have arrived at 12:34 a.m. In his opening statement, Lally said the accident occurred at 12:45 a.m. But now he's saying she should have arrived home at 12:34 a.m.
Or maybe the person who got rid of this video around that drive home, because it might have shown the true condition of her vehicle, might have also gotten rid of the library video, which also from around that time may have shown the true condition of his car. So maybe it wasn't Karen Reed or someone on her behalf who did that.
Yeah, and the children testified she didn't have access to the Ring footage.
there's a gap from approximately 11:45 p.m. on the 28th to about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Miss Reed's backing out and never has her pulling into the garage. And there's also a second video of Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, and Miss Reed looking at the broken tail light in the morning.
The looking up, every time he says something that people are contesting from the defense side, he's looking up and looking into his head. And I mean, I would love to have a body language person take a look at this guy. To me, he's got every tell of someone who is having a hard time doing this.
He's searching for answers.
Searching for answers. That's exactly what it feels like and looks like.
But here's the thing about this. He's saying there's a missing video of the three of them looking at the taillight. Kerry Roberts testified they looked at the taillight at Jen McCabe's house. That's where it happened. Jen McCabe says they did it in her driveway as soon as they got there because it's in one of her original statements.
They walked right in, walked right by the car, never said a word. And then again, his confirmation bias and just investigative bias, he just assumes the video should show this. Why? Because I've been told by the DA or these witnesses that
By
this
Jen
happened.
McCabe.
So it must be true. I mean, if Jennifer McCabe says it, it has to be true, clearly.
More gaslighting.
Yeah.
With any follow-up or inquiry did you make of Ring in regard to those missing videos?
I've inquired several different times as far as if the video is deleted, is there some type of a record?
That was his inquiry. The next question, I'll allow that.
Now, as far as that term that you used before, as far as a digital imprint, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Essentially, digital footprint is if a video is created, it's going to leave some type of a record in the archives.
And what, if any, information did you receive from Ring as far as their videos system is concerned in regard to the digital footprint?
Not what anybody told you, but what you received.
That if a video is deleted.
The objection's sustained. We're going to strike that.
Upon your further inquiry of Ring, were you ever able to obtain any video from those specific sections where you anticipated video would be?
No.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 16th, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do not, sir.
At some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic evidence in relation to the taillight housing that was introduced earlier as noted?
Yes.
And with respect to that, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with a Sergeant Brian Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
Yes.
And where was that?
In the DA's office.
No, this is the
who, if anyone
DNA
else,
swab,
involved
the
in this
elimination DNA.
Oh, when he gave his DNA willingly. They made a motion for it and then he gave it up willingly. Okay, good.
DA's office.
And who, if anyone else, involved in this investigation as far as yourself, was Sergeant Bukhenik with you there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Sergeant Gallerani do with respect to yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik on that date in January of 2024?
Sergeant Bukhenik and I voluntarily provided our DNA for comparison testing.
And again, taking me to my next point, that was a voluntary decision that both you and Sergeant Bukhenik made as far as availing yourself or availing of that particular test.
Correct.
And as far as the testing, or this, do you know how that was, or can you describe for the jury sort of how that sample was collected or how it was conducted?
Essentially, it's just a swab of the mouth under the tongue with like it's basically just like a little pad on a stick, and you get swabbed, and that's how the DNA or saliva is collected.
And as far as those samples that were collected from both yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik on that particular day, where did they go from there as far as you know?
It was my understanding went to the Bodie lab in Virginia.
I'm sorry, what I should have asked prior to that, as far as when they left from the room that you were in with Sergeant Gallerani, did you take those swabs, or did Sergeant Gallerani take those swabs, or where did they go?
Sergeant Gallerani took possession of those items.
Thank you. Now, sir, with reference, over the course of your investigation, you interviewed a number of different witnesses, correct?
Yes.
That's
Oh,
one
it's
of
your
my-
dog. Oh my
one
God.
of my-
There's Chloe. Chloe's here.
No, but you know what? When she hears something outside, this is what dogs do, right?
That was so crazy.
Yeah.
For if you're just joining, we're a little sped up. We're a little behind. The afternoon stream was scheduled to start at 1:20, but we're talking, so we're here and we're here for it. We'll move over to that stream when this one's over.
This is that you were there witness interviews that were conducted outside of your presence in the sense that you weren't there for those particular witness interviews?
Yes.
And each of the interviews that you're aware of, whether they were conducted by you or outside of your presence, were done, with the exception of the currents, done with more than one trooper present, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to those witness interviews that you were present for, from the witnesses that you spoke with, along with other troopers that were present with you,
I just swiped myself out for a second, so I just have to rewind this a little bit. It always happens. StreamYard is not my friend.
Troopers that were present with you. Who, if any, of those witnesses had you met, or were you did you know prior to the interview that you conducted?
Yeah, so all the witnesses that I interviewed, the only individuals that I know or met prior to this investigation was Julie and Chris Albert and Colin Albert.
Oh.
And how is it that you knew Julie Albert, Christopher Albert, and Colin?
So my sister coordinated her friend growing up, Jillian. Jillian's sister is Julie. My sister got to know Julie Albert, Julie Daniels, her maiden name, through her friend Jillian. Julie married Chris Albert. So my sister got to know Chris through Jillian and Julie. And then years down the road, my sister had Julie babysit my nephew. Julie would come from time to time and pick up my nephew from school. So that's how they kind of became friendly. And on occasion, they would be over my sister's house or at my parents' backyard, Julie and Chris and their kid Colin. And I would happen to be there.
Minimizing it.
As far as where did you grow up?
Michigan too. Very
Did
not
you
confident
graduate
what he's
from Penn High
saying.
School?
Yes.
And as far as any of the witnesses that you interviewed, even the Alberts that you were just talking about, Christopher, Julie, and Colin Albert, were they around the same ages as you or went to high school with you at the same time?
No.
How much older than you would Julie and Chris Albert?
At least 10 years.
And as far as Colin Albert, what's the age difference between yourself and him?
At least 20.
Fair to say around this time of January 2022, do you know how old Colin was or what level of school he was at that point?
Is senior in high school, I believe.
Is that something that you learned through this investigation or something that you knew independently?
Something I learned through this investigation.
Now, obviously you grew up in Canton and your sister did as well.
Yes.
And your sister's name is Courtney, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the age difference between yourself and your sister?
She's 2 years older than me.
And how close are you and your sister?
She's probably one of my best friends. We talk about 5-6 times a day about anything and everything as far as like mostly our children.
And she has, how many children does your sister have?
You got 2.
And about how old are they?
10 and 7.
And you have children as well?
I do.
And how old are they?
2 and 4.
Now, with respect to the conversation that you have with your sister about 5 or 6 times a day, how do you have those conversations? Is it via voice call or in person or text, or if you know?
Everything, FaceTime, phone calls, text messages. We're always kind of keeping each other up to date on mainly our kids.
Now, as far as Julie and Christopher Albert, when did you interview them in relation to this incident?
Sometime in February. I'd have to look at my report for the exact date.
After the arraignment.
I'm in, say, early to mid-February?
Yes.
And with respect to them, who, if anyone else, was present with you when you interviewed?
Sergeant Bukhenik.
And do you recall where the interview took place?
Yes, it was at their home.
Now, prior to this date that you went over to interview Christopher and Julie Albert, had you ever been over to that house before?
No.
Had you ever been over to any home where Christopher and Julie Albert had resided then or previously prior to that date?
No.
Had Christopher or Julie Albert, to your knowledge, ever been over to your house?
No.
Now, with respect to Christopher and Julie Albert, and Colin Albert, will throw him in there as well, how would you sort of describe your relationship with them prior to January 29th, 2022?
Was Colin the ring bearer at your
as
sister's wedding?
acquaintances.
Acquaintances. Just
Mr.
like
Lally, why don't we take our luncheon break?
just like Katie. Yes, our luncheon break. If anybody knows what time they're coming back, you can put that in the chat while we go to some questions.
Wow.
This is gold. If you have to go and then come back, it's going to be that second link that I sent you. So totally up to you. Mark, are you frozen again?
That's to me. No, I'm good.
Okay.
So give me,
So-
I'm just gonna step aside for about 2 minutes.
You got it. When
And
you
then-
come back, we're going to go into the other, or do whatever. If you come back and I'm here, I'll still be here. I'm going to just go through these super chats and then we're going to teleport over to the afternoon stream.
Great. Be
Okay.
right back.
Nancy says, why would he even have the last guy testify? Just prove the defense's case. Yep, that's what we're talking about. I'm confused. You must have known what the guy would say. When will we get Proctor? Oh, we have Proctor. Proctor's on the stand now. Crypto tax lawyer, thanks for the 5. It's so bad. I'm back to wondering if Lally is already cooperating with the feds to throw this. I think we're thinking a lot of the same stuff. Charlie Lynn, thank you for the 5. What do you think of the Commonwealth saying the defense is acting in bad faith? I think we both answered that 100%. Oh, no, not the defense is not acting in bad faith. We think that the prosecution's acting in bad faith. I disagree with that. Rossler's mom, thank you for the 10. I'm so happy Mr. Bederow is here with us. He's worth so much more than this super chat. He's been valuable to us all. Thank you. You both are brilliant. Thank you, Rossler's mom. Sort of Nancy, it seems judges are above the law. Am I crazy? They have a lot of protection, judicial immunity. It's a real thing. Dennis, thanks for the Canadian 10. You two are great together, fair and balanced. Thank you. Teresa B, thank you. As 2 attorneys, will the feds come in and speak within this trial? I'll save that for when Mark comes back. Melanie Parker, thank you for the proctored evidence. 10. Night Stalker, thank you. Proctor with Mark and Melanie. Best day ever. Best day ever. Mamacita, paramedics can declare death in some Massachusetts counties. That's interesting. Can we just skip over this and get to the truth? Says Life 360 for the win. Mel and Mark, best panel. Thank you, Nina. Thank you so much.
Hi.
Hi. Crypto tax lawyer, thank you for the 10. This must go pretty far up for him to fall on a sword like this. For who? Michael Marcy? What do they have on him? Follow the money. Lally willing to suborn perjury? Smells like Nifong. I'm from North Carolina. Any comments on that? And this one too, here. As 2 attorneys, will the Fed come in and speak within this trial, or will there be a whole other case or trial for them to process against
They're not
MSP?
breaking up the trial once it started. I mean, they certainly could do other things to blow it up. And I think they tried to. And when the DA made it clear that they were still going to go forward, they did what they did, which is give them the TUI material, which is a big middle finger to the DA. So that's what they did. And I think that's where a lot of this powerful defense is coming from. And certainly when Proctor gets on the cross, these text messages and these other awful things, I mean, that's all from the feds. So they gave probably 2 big middle fingers to the Norfolk DA about going forward.
Thank you, Sweet Teas, for the super sticker. And Paula B gifted 10 memberships to everyone who got them. Thank you. Tracy, thanks for the super chat. Canton PD officer owned the auto shop. I don't know anything about that. The light was upside down when he showed the jury. Oh, that's not, it's par for the course, I think. Unbelievable. This is the Twilight Zone. Says Dennis. It sure is. Even if they believed it was a vehicle accident, why didn't they take pictures of the other vehicles at the house? It was a party. I don't think any of the vehicles were there, right? I mean, when they went. Thanks, Jennifer, for that. Town Crier, thank you for the 5. There is red glow on the snow on the passenger side as she backed up. It would not be there with red lens missing. Look at the snow as she backs up. Perry Raven, thank you. Thanks for having Mark on, Melanie. Great collaboration of 2 brilliant minds, and your hair looks great, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lori Life 360, for gifting 10. You're so sweet. Paige Price, thank you for the 2. Proctor bet his life savings on an acquittal or a plea deal.
Yeah.
Suzanne Reddington represents Lindsay Clancy and Jen McCabe. That's right. I highlighted that before. Thank you. Jennifer Bosser, that bumper is made to take soft impacts. JH, the DPDO has the same description that Carrie had a crack with a small hole. I love the emphasis on not completely broken 2 times. Yep. Dreamer Thinker, thanks for the 20. One group asserts that Karen says, I hit him, that the taillight was smashed into many pieces. The other group asserts that Karen said, is he dead? And that there was one taillight piece missing. Clear lines drawn there. Yep. Megan says, I drive this car. There's a security feature and records. Where is Karen Reed's? That's going to come up with the black box data. Mel, your other PM. Yep. Right, 7,000 stamp. No, everybody told everybody to come over here. Thank you, though. And then we're moving over. Thank you, JH. Guys, we have another jack of all trades. First testifying to the injury on the back of JO's head, being consistent with being hit by a car, then how Canton PD camera works, and now to a digital footprint. WTF, Bev. Thanks, Miss Shorty. Please pass the pepper. My twin brother, not 5 times a day. We have lives. Yeah, that's a little crazy. Super Sickner from Mrs. Bucket. And thank you. Nobody talks to their siblings 5 to 6 times a day. Did anybody get a read on what time they're coming back? Did they say what time they're coming back? We are going to teleport. Paige Price. Thank you. I'm going to say Lally. Okay, I'm ending this stream. We're all going to teleport over to the afternoon stream. Ready, set, go. Mark, just log in to the other email that I sent you. And here we go. I think we have until 2 o'clock. So I've got it up here. Let's take a little break. Come back after you have a chance to stretch and get yourself a cocktail or a coffee or whatever you need.
Yeah.
All right. Safe travels, everyone. We'll see you there.